Elite. Please, everybody, come in, and as you're coming in, if you guys can share this space, because I'd like to get a lot of people's opinions on this, because I feel like this is a very important subject which people need to be educated on. A lot of people, due to white supremacy, due to the dominant society and their tactics of confusion, a lot of people are really confused by this subject. A lot of people are confused just really by the concept of intersectionality in general and how that plays with us in this system of white supremacy that we are under. Let me see. There's this one thing I want to put up on the jumbotron real quick. Let me see. As we're waiting on people to come in. If people would like to speak, if people would like to, let me search for something on the jumbotron. Hold on. And then I will tell you why I make, because I always tell people why I make these spaces. Okay. I was in this space a couple of days ago with a black LGBT brother, and we were having a respectful disagreement. And I feel like intersectionality was a big part because he was. The thing is, too many black people are part of different non-necessarily non-black groups. Like you might be black, and then you have your sexuality. You might be black, and then you have your gender. You might be black. You might have an age difference. Black, a religious belief. Black, a political um affiliation, right? And too many times we have black people who face racism and white supremacy, but they divert the tension away from racism and white supremacy, and they put it directly on that non-black group. Like for instance, the brother, and I hope he comes in actually so he can speak to what he said exactly. But the brother was talking about how I guess there was this black trans person who was killed, and whose name was didn't really go on social media, never trended, it never really picked up, and nobody cared about it. And then he talks about, okay, well, when there's a black man like um George Floyd or Trayvon Martin and they get killed, everybody's standing up and everybody's um trying to fight for justice when it's a straight black man. But when it's a black woman or a black gay person or something like that, they can get killed by the police and nobody cares, or people don't care as much because of that. Okay. And that's the disagreement that we were having, because that's where the confusion of intersectionality comes in, because they believe that they are, and too many black people believe, not necessarily just him, but too many black people believe that they're like other subgroup, whether that's your gender, your sexuality, your political affiliation or whatever. They believe that their non-black subgroup, their non-racial subgroup, um is equally as important in the factor of what goes on to them in that subgroup as their race is. And I was trying to educate the brother by telling him that your race plays a bigger factor in the quality of life that you live. I've made this statement before. Your race plays a bigger factor, because you can have whatever religion you want to have. If you're standing in a line at some type of coffee shop, if you're standing, if you're getting pulled over, they're not pulling you over and be all like, okay, well, this is a black Christian, this is a black Muslim, this is a black atheist. They won't know that when they're pulling you over. Okay. When you ask for like a student grant or something like that, when you try to get your house appraised, and they discriminate against you based off of your race. Okay. They're not discriminating against you based off who you voted for, Donald Trump or Joe Biden. They're discriminating based off of race. Racial discrimination is the biggest factor, because that's the first thing that anybody notices about you. Okay. You have people attracted to many different things. And I'm just talking about attraction in general. People won't know your attraction until they actually get to know you, and then you let them know. Okay. Um, when the police bust down your door with a no-knock warrant and start spraying people down, they're not checking your sexuality first. When you sign up for a bank loan or something like that and you get denied that loan, they're not checking your sexuality. These things, race comes first in all of these circumstances and situations. Now, where people do get confused about, because there is a a a, a degree in which intersectionality does play a part, but it plays a part in different factors. We're looking at it like um we're looking at it like it's a hierarchy. There's no real hierarchy of about white supremacists targeting about us. They target us any which way they can. I'm gonna give you an example, like for black women and their fraternity rates, right? When black women go into the hospital, they're more likely, and statistics and studies have backed this up, they're more likely to die at the hands of a white doctor than they would be at the hands of a black doctor. And if they are pregnant, their babies are more likely to die at the hands of a white doctor than at the hands of a black doctor. Now, black men don't have to go through that because black men don't have, well, not don't have babies. Black men aren't pregnant. So black men don't have to go through the maternity issues that black women have to go through. So that's a unique form of white supremacy that affects you in that unique way because it can. That wouldn't be applicable to black men. Another Black men go through the school to prison pipeline worse than anybody else, though. So you have certain black men go through the school to prison pipeline. Black men face, and studies have shown this too. Black men face um, police murder and police brutality, as far as and racial discrimination more often than any other group. That applies to black men. It applies to black men more than it applies to anybody else. So you have different parts where certain sections of white supremacist targeting affect certain people a little bit more based off of, you know, the intersectionality to an extent. But racism is the biggest factor in those things. The reason why these spaces are important is because certain people believe that their intersectionality puts them at this specific subgroup of people, and they're targeted or they're oppressed more, or certain people have other different privileges as well. They have, oh well, if you're let me see, I'm looking up the definition of something. uh if you're looking up, let me see, privilege, if you go search up the definition of that. My phone is acting a little bit slow because I'm on space right now. If anybody wanted to say anything, you can request, and then when I'm done, I'll let people speak on the subject real quick. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna put this up here on the jumbotron. Come on the jumbotron. And this is the thing. I don't feel like anybody in their different subgroups or anything is bad, but the thing is, white supremacy will confuse you. White supremacy will confuse you. You have people talking about this group of black people are privileged in comparison to another group of black people. Um, White supremacy has never worked that way. White supremacy has never worked that way, and because of people believe in intersectionality, they believe in that. Okay, let me explain to you the definition of privilege and then give an example of it. Okay, now the definition of privileged is a specific right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group. People will say, black men, and I said this too, they say that straight black men are the white people of black people. There's another, I think someone made a list, and I set this on my YouTube channel, so you guys can go check this out. Someone made a list of privileges that straight black men have, and then when you go to it, And too many times we don't like actually read through the things. When you go through the list and actually look at some of the things are not don't really meet the definition of what you would consider a privilege. They don't necessarily meet that definition. Like some of the things that they would say was would be utterly ridiculous and very anecdotal. Some of the things are, oh well, when I studied Black history in school, the main people that they would talk about are Black men. But the things is that um when you would study Black history in school, they would really only teach you about what Martin Luther King. That's really the only person they would teach you about in school. They would barely teach you about most of the Black men who did anything. Um, and people believe you have the dominant society tricking people and having people believe that there's like a hierarchy in the Black community, and that these Black people oppress other Black people. Okay. Now, let me briefly give you the definition of oppression. Oppression, to oppress somebody, means to deprive them of some type of rights, resources, or privileges. The Black man in America is not in any position to oppress any group of people. Now, you can say, yeah, a man can physically lock somebody up. Okay, yeah, but as a group of people, no, in Black society, nobody can oppress anybody because you're at the bottom. You can't put anybody further at the bottom if you're already at the bottom. Every Black person, whether you believe it or not, you're really at the bottom of the barrel, and people need to understand that. Because intersectionality is used to make people believe that, okay, there are some Black people who are more at the bottom of a barrel, who are more targeted by white supremacy than other groups of Black people. And this is why this subject is so important, because that creates division, and that creates infighting, and that creates confusion. Now, okay, let me explain to you how no Black people are privileged over any Black people. And then the reason why is because white society, the dominant white society that governs the entire world, does not view Black people as human beings. When they used to call us 3/5 of a human, they never stopped viewing us that way. You have white supremacists like Jared Taylor and Richard Spencer, who always use the IQ argument to pretty much essentially call us animal-like. You have the stigma from the Jim Crow stereotypes still exists today. That's why they created Jim Crow, to further get rid of the human consciousness that they would have about Black people, to make Black people, especially Black men and Black women, I would say, um, animalistic, beast-like, and they still don't view it that way. You have people in Ukraine, and I'm not going to talk about Ukraine that often, but in Ukraine, you have reports about them letting their pets, their dogs and cats, on the trains to whatever Portland or something like that. They're letting their dogs and cats and other animals on the train before they're letting the African refugees or the African students, because they view animals, and we've said this in the Black community for a long time, that they treat dogs better than they treat Black people, because they literally value the life of a dog more than they value the life of Black people. Okay, not just Black men, Black women, Black everybody. If you're Black, your life is valued less than the life of a dog. And would if people had like a hierarchy, if people said human beings are better than dogs in every way possible, you're not going to really discriminate about which dog. Not to no large degree. You're not going to say, okay, I'm going to give certain dogs certain privileges and then other dogs not that privilege. We're all looked at as subhuman in their eyes. So that's why they don't allow any group of Black people to really have power over another group of Black people, because we're all under the same system, whether a lot of Black people like to believe it or not. If somebody discriminated against horses, they'd say, oh, I would never ever ride a horse. I don't like the way horses smell. I don't like the way horses look. I'd never do that. Okay. They're not going to discriminate against male horses and female horses. If they hate horses, they hate all horses. And that's the thing with intersectionality, is that we are confused too often by white liberals that, yeah, okay, they hate horses, but they hate female horses more than they hate the male horses, or they hate the male horses more than they hate the female horses. If they don't look at you as a human being, if they don't recognize your humanity, then they're not going to discriminate against you like any other animal. In fact, they're going to treat you less than animals. And this I feel like is the disconnection when it comes to black people who use intersectionality, who like to believe that intersectionality makes them especially oppressed. And like I said before, you might find different avenues that applies to you more under white supremacy than other black people, but you have other black people who fight discrimination in ways that you don't fight discrimination. I can give you a list of things that black women go through under the system of white supremacy that black men don't go through. I can also give you a list of things that black men go through that black women don't go through. So it goes both ways, but too often everybody wants to, and especially as black people, which is something we got to stop doing. We have this thing where we want our like subgroup to be the most oppressed, and we have to stop doing that. I don't the When I have my channel and I talk on that, I don't really try to compare. I don't really try to do the oppression Olympics when it comes to that. The only time I specify that is because we have certain people who will say, well, black men have male privilege. Even though they face racism, they still have male privilege, which couldn't be farther from the truth, because in order for black men to have male privilege, you would have to have the white society honor our manhood. And white society has never honored the manhood of the black man. They've literally called us boys, called us beasts, called us anything but men. So they do not honor or respect our manhood. And it wouldn't make sense for them to. So there's no, when you look at white privilege, I mean, male privilege, and I will say that's a thing in other societies. When you look at the definition of privilege and you look at male privilege, that does exist in other societies, but it doesn't exist in our society because we don't control the privilege in our society. The dominant society does. And they don't allow any group of people, especially the black men, to have any privilege or authority really over any other group of people. Okay. Now, if somebody would like to come in and if somebody would want to come in and disagree, you can feel free to disagree. I've had too often in these spaces where I make a whole space, I'm on for a couple hours, and then the second I get off of space, somebody's in my DM talking about how wrong I was. Excuse me. Good thing. When they've been listening to the space for hours, they literally been listening to the space for hours, didn't request to speak, didn't want to disagree. And then the second I get off the space, next thing you know, they're in my DMs talking about how wrong I was. If you feel like anything that I'm saying is wrong, you can feel free to speak your mind. This isn't like an echo chamber. I'm allowing people to come in and voice their opinion, whether they agree or disagree. But this situation, this topic has to be spoken of. It has to be spoken of. Now, Eric, our brother, who I had the disagreement with, was just recently in the room. And then he left. I guess there was something that he didn't like to hear. Black people need to stop being so sensitive and so emotional. Okay. When I'm talking about subjects like this, I'm not specifically talking about one person. I'm not specifically talking about one group of people. This is for the betterment of all black people. Okay. Because um we're not at the point where we need to be. So we have to have these conversations. Okay, we have to recognize this stuff. And the reason why is because when other groups of black people, for instance, when other groups of black people view their intersectionality separate from other groups and everything like that, they go after the other groups of people instead of the dominant white society. You have black people, you got, like, for instance, divestors who live, and I've discussed this on my YouTube channel as well. You have divestors who will turn a murder of a black woman by the hands of her white boyfriend or her white lover or whatever. You will have that turn. What was that one? I forgot that one sister's name. Man, I hate the fact that I forgot her name. You will have them. Let me see something. Turn that into, well, if black men would just do better, if black men would do better, they will literally divert from white supremacy and start pointing the blame towards black men. Okay. You have other groups of people who will literally blame the issue. You have other groups of people, and it's not necessarily just saying the black women, but you have other groups of black people who will blame another group of black people over white supremacy. They'll say, "Oh, the issue wasn't white supremacy; the issue is you," and that's a problem. That's a big problem that we need to stop. We really need to stop doing that. I don't understand, and I guess it's because too many black people want to believe that their intersectionality makes them special or makes them different in some other way, but it really doesn't. It really doesn't make you different. It really, I mean, not really for the in the grand scheme of things. It really doesn't. You're a victim of white supremacy for first and foremost, and that's really it. Now you can have your different beliefs, you can have your different practices. Um, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, you are an individual, but as far as the group of people, you should not see, okay, well, I'm black and I'm this, so me and my people live a different life. Okay. Like I was saying about the black trans thing, he was arguing, okay, well, black trans people get murdered and nobody cares about the black trans people because they're trans, but people care about the black men. And I had to inform the brother, do you have any idea how many black men get murdered by the police and nobody knows about it? Yeah, you can name a handful of people, George Floyd, Eric Gardner. You can name a handful of people, and then most of the people in that handful are murdered on camera. Out of all of the people who get murdered, you have the only people remember the names of are a few of the ones, not even all, but a few of the ones who were murdered on camera. And then people will say, well, that's a privilege. Oh, well, it's a privilege that your death is being recognized. Is it really? Is it a privilege? Let me explain to you the definition of a privilege. A privilege is the fact that Kim Potter allegedly, which I do not believe at all. I've always said this, that I do not believe, allegedly pulled out her gun instead of her taser and shot Dante Wright, I'm sorry, and got pretty much less than 2 years, like about a little over a year in jail. Now, when Muhammad Noor, a black cop, accidentally shot Justine Damon completely on accident, um, tried to revive her and everything, she passed away. He got sentenced immediately to 12 years. And I was arguing with a white supremacist, like, okay, well, if you say this Blue Lives Matter and it was an accident, why did the black cop get punished more than the white cop did? Oh, he was like, oh, well, it's a difference in the accident. No, it's not a difference in the accident. That's just white supremacy. That is white privilege. Okay. White privilege is you're being a black person and you're being shot to death because they assume that you have a gun, but you got Kyle Rittenhouse running around literally killing people with an assault rifle, and he doesn't first off get arrested till the next day, and the dominant society treats him like a child. They'll treat a black child like the black person was an adult and grown, but they won't treat the actual adult grown up like they're adult and grown. Okay, that is white privilege. White privilege is Joe Rogan, for damn near his whole career, saying racial slurs against black people, and Spotify saying, yeah, we recognize he said that stuff, but we're not going to take him off of Spotify. We're still going to pay him. Nothing's going to change. That happens to him. That happens to Bill Maher. That happens to a whole lot of these white celebrities. They don't get canceled. Colin Kaepernick, he protests at the beginning of a game during the national anthem, and they say you can't play football anymore. Nick Cannon, he said something on his own specific YouTube channel. He said something that the dominant society deemed as anti-Semitic, and they said, okay, well, you can't do wilding out, even though that's your idea and your platform. You can't do that anymore. We're canceling you. Whoopi Goldberg, you have to be suspended because you said something that kind of, sort of can be looked at as anti-Semitic. But you got these white celebrities being on camera saying anti-Semitic things, the N-word, a whole bunch of other things. They just say an apology one time and that's it. Well, black people have to go around the world and apologize to every single person that they see about something that was barely offensive, and that um and they barely get back to where they were before. You have black men, black celebrities, who they have to go on trial because because of consensual sex that they had with a white woman multiple times, years and years ago, where the white woman kept coming back and having consensual sex. And then 30 years later, she can say, well, you know what? That consensual sex, that was rape. And everybody's going to treat that as if that was rape, even if her story didn't add up. But you have white celebrities who they have way more credible rape charges, and that just gets dropped, disappeared. The witnesses don't go anywhere. They don't blast the witness on CNN, MSNBC, making magazines about the witnesses. Okay, you had Charlie Sheen admit on camera that he had sex, knowing he had HIV. He had unprotected sex, knowing he had HIV with women, and didn't tell them, and he didn't go anywhere. Me Too, Time's Up, all of these organizations that claim to be against sexual assault didn't go after Harley Sheen or any of these white celebrities, but let an allegation pop up. Despite how uncredible it might be, despite how how loose the evidence might be, despite how long ago it might be, there might not be a single confession, and Me Too is dragging that black person across the mud. That is privilege. Okay, those things are privilege. That stuff is the definition of privilege. You got Karens around here calling the police on black kids. But you, as a black person, you call the police and they say it's a false police report, they will arrest you. They will arrest the black person. You call the police and they say, oh, well, there was no reason you should have called. They will arrest you. Okay? That is the definition of privilege. The definition of privilege is damn near, for the most part, in order for a black woman to be on a magazine, she has to be butt ass naked. But they have the white women on the same magazines looking all pretty and dainty and angelic looking people. Okay? These are privileges. A black person, well, what do they call a privilege? A black man getting, like they said in the list, a black man getting the biggest piece of chicken is not a privilege. Okay, those things are privileges, and we need to understand that and not be confused about that. Okay, brother ADM, you can unmute yourself.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I just agree with everything you're saying.
Well, thank you, brother. Thank you. I mean, that's and I appreciate that. Anybody's willing to request to speak if you want, if you have anything to say. But these are the things that are the definitions, and that's the importance of knowing the definitions. Now, these white liberals, because these white liberals like to make it seem like they're allies to black people. So what they'll do is they'll say, yeah, I'm an ally to you. I'm an ally to you. But they'll get in and then they'll sow dissension. They'll say that, you know what, to be really honest, it's really the black man that's worse than anybody else. It's really the black man that's worse than anybody else. It's really them that's bad. They create these stereotypes and promote these stereotypes. They promote, you see these liberals promoting a strong black woman and how much they love the black women and they them rising. And then when Breonna Taylor gets shot down, you don't see them anywhere to be found. Okay? When what damn what's the
Yeah,
name?
these agendas are heavily funded by the white media. Like millions and millions of dollars are going into this.
Exactly. They'll say things, these agendas, they'll say things like, you know what, we're doing this, we're doing, for instance, black women. They'll have like oh my god, like Kamala Harris, oh my god, look how great black women are, black girl magic and all this black girl magic. Now when the police, and there was this one case, a police drags people, I think this was in California, police drag people out of their car, little girls, had these little girls handcuffed face first in the concrete with assault rifles pointed at them, and the white media barely touched them. They're sitting up there giving this false props to separate black people, but they treat black people all the same. They treat them all the same. Okay. If they can get away with killing you, if they can get away with doing you wrong, they will easily do that. Okay. With the black LGBT people, they only use you all as mascots for the white LGBT. Okay, all of the LGBT centers, benefits, and discounts and things like that that goes on that you don't know about, they don't let you know about that. You're out there fighting for the rights of the dominant society. Okay, and they discriminate, and a lot of LGBT black people will admit this, that there's open discrimination in the LGBT community. Okay, because you're black first, no matter what other thing that you identify with, no matter what other subgroup that you are a part of. Now, oh man, I hope I don't butcher your name, brother. M- uh, you just requested to speak. Can you? How do you pronounce your name?
My name is Morgan Afro Elite, but my rap name is Moriega. It's a
Oh,
little short.
Moriego.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
my name. Yeah, no, I wanted to say, like, I don't really consider myself LGBTQ because that's a political stance. But, everything you're saying is definitely right. I can't even, front on any of this shit. Like, everything you're saying is right. I say it all the time. If you look at the most vulnerable group in terms of LGBTQ, that would be black trans women. And they're not getting the same benefits that white trans women will get. They never will. White white trans women will be allowed to be in public spaces and hold normal jobs. Cashiers, you'll see them, just prominent in our society. Whereas black trans women, they'll be on a host row, and that's just a real thing. So when we talk about vulnerability and the community in terms of black trans women being taken advantage of and being murdered, you got to look at the position and the economic that factors that comes with, right. And that's the thing, they've been maligned in this society a certain way. And when I talk to a lot of people, um, we're talking about class levels and privilege that come into play. A lot of these people are of a certain class level, so they can never really qualify black LGBTQ. A lot of my friends that I grew up with that are black LGBTQ, they're not talking, this divisiveness. They're not. They don't see themselves as not part of the black community in that way, and they do over talk, if you will, and present our struggle to benefit them. But when you look at the black LGBTQ status in this world, no, they never received any benefits.
Okay, and you make a good point. Like for instance, when and I didn't want to cut you off, but I was the what you said about the white LGBT or the white trans being treated than the differently than a black trans. Do you know how many white trans people go into, and these are white trans men who go into women's sports leagues, and next thing you know, they're dominating the I get these articles all the time where a white man trans into a woman, and he's in a woman's sports league, and next thing you know, he's beating a woman in the women's sports league, right? You don't see black people being able to do that. They wouldn't allow black people to be like, okay, well, even though you were born a male, you can be in a woman's dominated sports league and then be the champion of the women's dominated sports league. They are only allowing white males do that. You don't see black people doing that at all. They're allowing white males to do that. They get to compete against biological females. You don't see black trans doing that. What's that one person's name? Caitlyn Jenner, before she got the Woman of the Year award, she killed somebody in a car accident because she wasn't paying attention and she was texting on her phone. Caitlyn was texting and driving, killed somebody. Okay, next thing you know, getting a Woman of the Year award. They wouldn't allow a black trans person to do that. So when they talk about, oh, these are the problems of the black trans, and they'll let these white liberals, and so when I talk about white liberals, that does not make me like a black Republican. I'm not on either side of the Republicans or the Democrats, right? But I'm just saying that this is a tactic specifically of the white liberals. Well, they'll be all like, oh my god, look at the LGBT struggle, and they'll market that as, see, this struggle is specifically about you, this struggle is specifically towards you, when you do all the work, you're the one putting forth all of the effort, and you're not getting that. You don't get treated like white trans people do. Black people don't get treated like white trans people or white LGBT people do. Okay. You have places what's that one place? This was a big allegation some years ago about a gay white couple going in because I guess they wanted to get a cake from this Christian bakery. And the Christian bakery said, no, we're not, we don't make same-sex cakes or something like that because this goes against our religious beliefs. That case ultimately went to the Supreme Court and was deemed discrimination. Okay. You think if that was a black couple, a black same-sex couple, they would have did the same thing. They would have been like, well, no, that is it's a privately owned business, and that is their religious beliefs, and we can't infringe on their religious beliefs, so you guys are just going to have to take your black ass someplace else and get another cake. But the white LGBT, I think the business shut down. I think the business shut down, if I'm not mistaken. But I know they won the case in the Supreme Court for discrimination, and they had a whole bunch of celebrities talk about, oh, just make the cake, just make the cake. They wouldn't. They don't. Do you ever see a case of, and this is for the black LGBT? Do you ever see a case of um homophobia being nationalized when it's a black person? See, this stuff needs to be spoken about because you guys believe, oh, homophobia. But when they talk about that, they're talking about me. No, they're not talking about you. They don't care if you gay. They think you're an animal. They literally view you as an animal, and that's all they see you as. They're not gonna go out of their way for you like they will the white trans or the white women or um anything like that.
I'm going to
Okay.
say, in this discussion, everything you said is definitely spot on. And for me, right, I've been on the outside looking in. I've never been in tune to like LGBT politics because I know it didn't align with myself. Right, never gotten any benefit. Yeah, aside from gay marriage, I'm not going to lie, but that's not something that I grew up thinking that was even a possibility or just anything in my life, right? So of course, like I did get married eventually, but all this to say that there is, I feel like a conversation to be had within our community, but you can't, for me, right? I'm an older black LGBTQ, right? So I don't know what the young kids are doing, and trans is something that I'm not really familiar with just growing up, because we did see them in the clubs or whatever, but there wasn't like, they were still using the word transvestite and shit like that. But all that to say, if you look at the equity within the LGBTQ community as a whole, there's no black LGBTQ clubs. All these things are undeniable. And there was a thing in Philly, right, within the neighborhood. where the LGBTQ liaison for City Hall here was X'd out because she was a white woman, and there was a lot of shit going on 13th Street. That's where Mamiya actually got locked up from. That's a whole nother story. But all that to say, that's the neighborhood, right? And there was a white club owner that was recorded saying only niggas want drink passes. Nig, 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 nig. That's what he said, right? And
Mm-hmm.
it caused a rift. But did they get any equity? No. And I'm going to tell you why. Because there's coons even amongst and y'all know this very clearly, but even in the LGBTQ community, they got coons on deck that they're going to call in to quell, any kind of any kind of uprising, right? So that's what they did. There's this lady, her name is Amber Hikes, and they brought her in to fill that role in the LGBTQ liaison office. And you think these niggas got any benefit from that? But what I'm saying is class levels, right? Because these LGBTQ black people are also in tuned in a way that affords them the privilege. They're college educated, they're politically centered, right? All my friends, they don't give a fuck about none of this shit. They just know that their position is not good. They don't have any equity, and we're at a certain status. So all that to say, class levels come into play in this conversation, and definitely a lot of black people will laud their LGBTQ privilege, to silence black people. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. You'll never see, like, we can talk in private, but in public, like, I'm going to stick to the script regardless because this is my community. And I feel like a lot of black LGBTQ that really just not involved in this conversation feel the same way, but you're not going to hear it because, like I said, class levels come to play. They got to live. So that's where we're at with it. But I don't want anybody to think that there's a big population of LGBTQ black motherfuckers talking this shit against our community. It's just that these other motherfuckers get centered in the conversation.
Mm, that's a good point. And,
No,
and
I
and
agree with that.
that's a good point. Okay. That's a good point because the dominant society will promote people to come in and show confuse and come in and cape for intersectionality. Let me and thank you for that. I'm glad that you're here and you're able to speak on that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not about what your section sexuality is. At the end of the day, you're a victim of white supremacy, and we're all in this together, whether you believe it or not. Now, you can either be on code or you cannot be on code, but you're a victim regardless. That's what it is. I was having this thing because I made a video necessarily speaking because a lot of people actually asked me to. I made a video speaking on Little Nas X after he did his the music video with I guess him sleeping with the devil and the Satan shoes. So they wanted me to talk about that, so I talked about that. And I had this black LGBT man. He was all like, oh well, I feel like the only reason you're talking about Little Nas X is because he's gay. And I gave him the reasons. I'm all like, well, you know what I'm saying? Just he built his career off of kids, according to his own words, and then bam, flipped the strip. The next day, he's twerking on the devil. I feel like that's a very big transformation. And and anytime somebody says like, "Hey, man," no matter how polite they were to him, he's sitting up there gaslighting and trolling. Hey, I don't think that you should necessarily be doing that. And I don't think you know what I'm saying. He's all like, "Oh, well, that's just because you don't like black men or gay black men." Oh, that's the problem there. The only reason you would have a problem with Satan shoes is because you're homophobic, and all that gaslighting he was doing. And that's why I was talking about like, hey, I don't think what he's doing is cool at all. And the LGBT guy who said that I was being homophobic, I said it's an issue only when I speak on or when I address an issue with a black gay man. Because I talked about a whole bunch of coons and sellouts and everything before. Nobody has a problem. But the second you talk about a black gay person, the only reason you're talking about, despite what the person did, the only reason you're talking about that person is because you're homophobic and because you hate gay people. I said there's a lot of black gay celebrities that you don't see me talking shit about. I'm not sitting up there bashing him. I barely brought the fact up that he was gay. I just mentioned that. I'm all like, the reason he's using him being gay as a deflection from him doing something that normally nobody, you don't see any other celebrity really doing what he's doing. I'm like, you don't, I mean, it's very controversial, and he's deflecting from, yeah, I twerked on the devil, but I'm gay, and if you say anything to me, that makes you homophobic. Okay. And you had a whole bunch of black people saying that. And I have an issue with that is because a lot of LGBT black people felt like that was wrong too, but they didn't want to speak up because it's all like, okay, well, yeah, then it seems like you're not on code with the black LGBT side of the community. Okay, when you see wrong, you need to address it. And what we have is a dominant society doing things. They'll promote like Little Nas X. And let me for anybody who wants to know, let me address the problem. The Little Nas X's and the Billy Porters who have to be like super crazy hypersexual in their videos. I mean, you literally have to have sex with Satan in your music video. They don't have their white LGBT people doing that. You would not ever see a white LGBT artist doing what Little Nas X is doing, having Satan shoes and having prison sex and all that stuff. All that degenerate stuff that you have the black LGBT doing, that's because the dominant society wants them to be doing that. And the thing is, um, we have too many black LGBT people, not all, but too many of them. Anytime we address, hey, that's kind of racist. What you're doing is you're kind of um glorifying prison sex, and you have all these black men in here, and what you're promoting, you're kind, it's almost like a Jim Crow thing. This is almost like a Jezebel thing that you're doing right now. Then you have the, oh, you're only saying that because he's gay. You're only saying that because he's gay. They turn this less, they divert it from white supremacy and they turn it into a sexuality issue. That is the problem that we have with dominant societies boosting people up. You have people like Tamika Mallory quoting that sexism is arguably worse than racism in America. When you have damn near half of the slave owners were white women. And I addressed this before, and I'm probably gonna have to address this in a future video of mine too, which you guys can find, link in my bio on Twitter. Um, white women, they would talk about, oh well, black men got the right to vote before white women did. Actually, that's historically inaccurate. White women were voting years and years and years before black men were. People don't know that side of history. And the reason why they teach you it that way in school is because they want you to believe that, oh, yeah, well, black people were oppressed, but black men were not real. Black men and white women, they were kind of equally as oppressed. You know what I'm saying? Some people could argue that white women were more oppressed than black men were. Okay, so America doesn't just target you, but that's a lie, and we have to know the true history of that. And we'll have black women talking about, well, you do have male privilege. You have male privilege, despite the fact that they don't see you as human beings. So we have to, and I'm glad that the speaker has been able to address this. We have to get rid of the fact that we have to get rid of the lie, not the fact. We have to get rid of the lie that the dominant society teaches us. Okay, because they teach you that, oh, if you're, look, let me tell you something about myself. Give a better example. I would be, and I've always grow up, and I was necessarily considered a nerd. I was kind of like a geek. I really liked, sci-fi and all that stuff. And I still am to an extent, you know what I'm saying? I don't really engage in it as much as I used to when I was a little bit younger, but, I still like that. I used to buy sci-fi books and look up conspiracy theories on aliens and all that stuff. And there's a group of black people who still do that. There's a group of black gamers and all that stuff. They, at the end of the day, if they get picked on and they get made fun of, they were like, oh well, we're the black nerds, and the black nerds get treated worse than any other black people, and they're treating this because I'm a black nerd. I recognize that even despite what group I might be a part of, I am black first at the end of the day, whether you like it or not. Your blackness comes way before anything else, because that's the way the dominant society works. We don't control that. The dominant society does. It's our responsibility to recognize that and act accordingly, operating under that. Okay, if we're black first under the war that is this anti-black war of white supremacy, we need to operate like that. And it's off code to operate, yeah, I'm black, but I'm black and I'm gay, and my sexuality is just as important as my race. Or I'm black and I'm a woman, and my gender is just as important as my race. I'm black and I'm an atheist, and I'm black, I'm a Christian, I'm black, I'm a this, I'm black, I'm a that. You are black before anything. Because when people say black and, most of the time the and supersedes what came before it. So they'll say I'm black and I'm alpha, beta, kappa, gamma, whatever of things that they will say. I don't know. I'm not a part of that. But they'll put that the alpha, beta,
Nigga
gamma,
Lodge.
delta thing. Yeah. Oh, they'll put that before their blackness.
So that, for me, I'm getting more comfortable within this conversation where it's like I don't want to be a part of this shit, but I think there definitely is a time to stand up. And for me, like I don't have any clashes in terms of my politics with my friends because, like I said, they all want and need their reparations. Full stop. Like I said, I do think there's a conversation that needs to be had within the community, and we will have that. And for the riff with black men and black women, I can't really speak to that because I'm not straight, so I'm not really going to go into that. But I had a loving father, two grandfathers that loved me, and I had the pleasure of knowing two great grandfathers. So, everybody's perspective is different, on black maleness. But for me, it was always a positive thing. But all I can say is that if you are a black gay person, right, and you feel discriminated against, the first thing you go to is black. You're not going to go to, oh, I'm gay, I'm a butch, I'm trans. Like that's not, prominent, in your recollection of, what happened to you, right? So with all that being said, like, no, you're right. You have the correct analysis, and it is going to take more people like me to stick up. But I do understand that Dave Chappelle put it out there. There is a generational rift within black LGBTQ politics, not put it as white. Let's just put them out of it, right? There is a generational with that, right? So I'm basically like old school. Like they call me capital G gay. Like I don't, like I said, I wasn't in for the trans community. That when I was coming up, that wasn't really a thing. Even though they were there, though, I'm not going to say they weren't there, but it wasn't a position that they took. They didn't have a flag and the presence and everything else that they have now. But all that to say, like, if we don't get a handle on this, right, and a nuance to this conversation, it will definitely flourish in I think in a big way. But you got to understand there's still an element that's never going to take on to this conversation because they feel the effects of being black American and they're just living their lives. So like I said, there's a nuance to this conversation. So a lot of people that are loud, that's because they can afford to be loud and be involved in this conversation. But the overall demographics, if you look at the numbers, they don't lie. I live like 5 blocks from a trans halfway house. It's all black American trans women in there, right? That are on the host row. So when we're talking about these things, if you go to that halfway house directly, you ask them what their lineage and that you qualify for reparations, you think they're going to say no? You think they're going to let these LGBTQ white niggas come in between that? They're not. So all that needs to be said, but I'm glad that, we're opening this up. I'm glad to be here. But I also gotta say I ain't gonna be tokenized. If people are saying some crazy shit, I gotta be like, But again, I will always show deference because I understand the position. Like when we're on these stages, when we're in public, that's one thing, right? I love black men. They need to be guarded in a certain way, right? And because I see how the system is maligning them, right? And they're taking them out of the economy so they can't afford to take care of themselves. I've been a chef my whole life, so I see that very prevalently. I was only hiring black men because there wasn't really a space for black women in the kitchen, right? So I saw them struggle. I saw them go through certain things. And all I have to say is like this is a real dynamic that's at play, and the LGBTQ movement is for white people, and it's never going to change a black gay person's life. Never.
Exactly. And I'm glad you're able to speak on that. Um, from the position of a black LGBT person. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing, because we need the black straight and the black LGBT to recognize it's about us against white supremacy. It's not about, us against each other or our own personal beliefs. You know, at the end of the day, we are at war against a common enemy. That's really what it is. Um, Man, you made some good points. Let me address that real quick. I'm just looking at jumbotron real quick. Like for instance, and we had this conversation about the what's that thing called? Black Lives Matter, and the shift of the Black Lives Matter movement. I remember when Black Lives Matter first came out, it wasn't like no big organization membership movement. It was kind of just like a hashtag that people caught on to. Um, and people are all like, "Oh yeah, Black Lives Matter." They sitting up there killing black people and mistreating black people. Okay, Black Lives Matter was not all about black men either. It did not specify black men. It did not specify straight people. It did not specify anything like that. It said black. And black. I saw Black Lives Matter protest for Eric Gardner. I saw Black Lives Matter protest for Sandra Bland. So it wasn't like no this is an exclusive black male thing or exclusive straight black person thing. This wasn't about that. Then it started to shift. And I said this on my YouTube channel. It started to shift between, okay, well, now instead of going after the police, which is really a form of white supremacy, instead of going after white supremacy, let's address the fact that there are no black trans people or as speakers at the movements. And I'm sitting up there like, huh? Y'all want, I mean, it became less about addressing the real issue and more about, okay, well, who is the poster boy or the poster boy or girl for Black Lives Matter? Okay, um we should be talking about equality at the marches. Why are all the pictures of black men and not black trans men? Like, I'm sitting up there seeing this shift, and I'm all like, okay, this is the shift, and it's turning away from the dominant. It's turning away from fighting against white supremacy, which is why white people are so comfortable with Black Lives Matter now. Except the like really racist one who have this type of headache every time they hear the word black. But most white liberals, oh, they love Black Lives Matter now because Black Lives Matter actually doesn't target white supremacy. Black Lives Matter has turned into, okay, well, we need every black person to get attention. That's really what it is. So white people like, oh yeah, I support Black Lives Matter because they know Black Lives Matter isn't doing anything, which is why a lot of foundational black Americans got hip to the game and is all like, yeah, we're going to stop with that Black Lives Matter stuff. Anytime we hear Black Lives Matter, we will recognize that that's really a co-opted group. Okay, so you have things like that. I was having a debate with the black LGBT brother, and he was talking about how Black Lives Matter only focuses on black men. Um, and they don't focus on anybody else because in the black community, black men are the only people who are paid attention to, the only people whose grievances are heard from. Okay, that's not true. That's not true, and it's time for us to recognize how untrue that is. Um, you've had, and I've seen this growing up, and I used to talk to my mother about this. In society, in the media specifically, they go out of their way with demonizing straight black men. They will make straight black men. They will have a movie like Harriet Tubman. This is the perfect example. The movie that just came out, I think it came out in 2018 or 19 or whatever. where they had Cynthia Erivo playing Harriet Tubman, and in the movie they made the black man some type of black bounty hunter out to and he's out here killing black women and he's viciously hunting black people down, and Harriet's savior was her white slave master. Her white slave master that was really in love with her, and I guess just couldn't say it because of the stigma of the, I don't know. I didn't actually see the movie. I just heard what happened. I saw the clip. And the slave master shot and killed the black man before he killed Harriet Tubman. Okay. And you'll have the dominant society like, oh my God, you got to see Harriet. That's such this black girl magic. That is just such empowerment. And they'll twist the thing and make the black man seem like the bad person. And we was talking about this for years with Tyler Perry movies. How it'll just be, oh, black men just hate black women for some reason. We just don't love our mothers. We don't love dark-skinned black women. We just hate them all with such disdain and want to mistreat them. And then here comes this very ambiguous looking man who's black, but he got this very ambiguous look to him. He's just this superhero. I'm here to save you from the dark-skinned bald black man. You know, so we've always had, and I'm not saying anything that the dominant society's media has treated any group of black people correct, but we've always been stigmatized as every single thing is kind of our fault to an extent. You know, the black man is to blame with kind of everything. ADM, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, and even man, they always gotta have a white savior, yo. Even with like the Nate Parker movie, I brought that jank. In the end, I thought he was gonna like turn up, but nah, he just let the white cop go. I was like, yo, come on, Nate.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that too. I
I
saw
ain't
that
see
too.
that joint yet. I'm gonna
Bro,
watch it
I was
probably
like, yo,
tomorrow.
why did I even buy this, yo?
Or a lot of the times you'll have a black person, even if the black person is like the main character of the movie, the black person has this white supporting actor who really does the most, and he's the brains of the operation. He's the one coming in clutch all the time, and the black actor, the even though he's the main character of the movie, couldn't get it done without the white person's assistance. Okay, you have that time and time again. Like he mentioned with the Nate Parker movie, and oh my God, did the white liberals love that movie where the black man's all like, we're gonna have a trial. So you, and then at the end of it, and hold on, let me not spoil it. Or spoiler warning, okay. Um at the end of the movie, he finds the white person guilty. The white person confessed to racially profiling and killing his son, and he found him guilty, and he was all like, and wound up not killing him. Like, oh well, now you get to see the pain and the fear. What? What the hell? And in the trailer, it made it seem like they was about to turn up. They was about to like take the whole block over or something like that. It was they made it seem like they was about to turn up in that movie. It was a little scene once they took the thing over with. They sent up there had a damn trial, and that's all it was in the movie. And a whole bunch of these movies, they'll have the white person coming in there, and they'll have the in every racist, like for instance, let me think of another one. There was one I watched recently called The Hate You Give. I watched that a few years ago, where they'll have a whole bunch of they'll ignorant, quote unquote, racist white people, but they'll have the really, really great white man in there, and he's out here, he's fighting against the racism. You can't find a movie that has black people against racism that doesn't have a white person, a white man supporting the black people, because there's always a good white man in every black movie who's really doing the work and who's really kind of saving the day. And that's the deception of the media when it comes to black white liberals. Okay,
I
you'll
heard
have
you talk about Billy Porter. My bad.
okay you'll have, like, for instance, on the red carpet, you'll have on the red carpet you'll have black people coming on the red carpet dressed like clowns, straight up like cartoon character clowns. Like somebody went on this game where you can edit somebody and just press random. It looked like they just had a blindfold on and picked clothes out of their closet. They come in there looking like clowns, and then you have the dominant society. Oh my God, doesn't he and she look fashionable? The women, damn near look. The black women, they got on the red carpet looking butt naked. They don't ever have white women out there looking like that. They don't have white women out there in the red carpet looking anything less than sophisticated and classy. But they'll see a black woman out there in a damn bikini talking about, oh my God, if that's not empowerment, I don't know what is. All that backhanded stuff that y'all be listening to, they do not support you. You can Morgan, I believe. I'm bad with names. You can
Moriega.
Moriega.
You just call me Morgan. After all,
Okay.
that's my name. Yeah.
Okay. You can unmute yourself.
No, I was just going to say it's funny. You talked about Billy Porter. I was on Instagram. I'm an Instagram commenter peeper. So I was going through his stuff. I think it might have been last year. I'm not sure, but I know it was during the time of the New York Gay Pride Parade. Right, there was this black man who was like, "Listen, dog, This was a gay black man, I presume. Right? He was like, I was down there. I saw you in the crowd. I was so happy to see you." And you saw me, right? We caught eyes. Like, I don't know if anybody's been in those situations. You catch eyes, right? And what he did, the man said, was immediately take his white partner's hand, turn around, and walk away, with speed or whatever. He was like really disappointed about that, right? And that's the kind of shit where I think all of us know even if that wasn't a straight couple, like, okay, so you one of them motherfuckers, right? And this is me with a white wife, right? If I ever fronted on my people, like fucking God strike me down right here and there. You don't want to have those kind of stories out there. If you are, about your people, but that was a prominent story, that I took heed to. There's a lot of comments in that section. I could probably go back and pull it up or whatever, but all that to say, when I saw that comment and the responses, that taught me what kind of person he was within the struggle. And what I'm seeing, just to be honest, there is a divide because black lesbians, I don't, for me, from what I see, they don't have those kind of experiences with men, right? But for me, having a gay best friend that was black for a long time, for like over a decade, there is a hindrance and an embarrassment and just an obscurity that gay black men have within the black community that just doesn't stick for me. Because I think that there's an acceptance of lesbians within our community that's not really an acceptance that black men have, right? So then you get into the down low culture and everything else. But all this to say, like, I mean, just from a second eye, know you're peeping the situation, you're definitely right. And I want to say this to the audience. I want you to challenge all these niggas, right? Don't be hindered by the LG. I'm going to say the agenda, which I was used to be mad about, right? But because I can take myself out of it, and you have to, right? Because I feel I'm a strong believer in guilt will make you tilt. So if you ain't doing that shit, you shouldn't be guilty about shit. And if people are saying these things, right, don't come into the conversation trying to, point your little fucking finger if you're not guilty of this shit. So I don't have when I see these conversations, like, it's not me. I don't burn up inside. I don't have any kind of guilt will make you tilt because I'm not doing that. But I do believe that for the outside looking in, you guys have start stances. You should stand in that, right? Because what you're going to do is challenge people, right? Put them on the side of things. If you are fully for the gay agenda, for the for the LGBTQ masses, just stand in that shit, and you're not going to be part of our community. So for straight people on the other side of things, like, no, don't hinder yourself. Don't tone down any positions that you have because they're real. And I'm never going to discredit that. But for me, like, I see the outside looking in on things, and I've always been very black. And if there was any kind of advantages to being black and gay, I would say that. I look at Bayard Rustin. I was like, damn, it is real for me, right? Because for him, like, he took a background, and was still a strategist in the movement. I hope that when I engage in this movement, it wouldn't be to that point where it's like, yo, I gotta take a back seat. I can't be a prominent member. But for real, I'm still of that age bracket where it's like, yo, I would do that for our people. But I can't say that the next generation after me or after me would do that. But when I heard his story, I was like, yo, this dude's a real nigga. And so that's why I'm saying I hope we can have a conversation just amongst us without all the noise and all the white people and the liberalism, so we can get to a certain point where it's like, yo, black LGBTQ definitely does have a space in this movement. We always have. And I hope we can get that kind of respect level that straight people have in this movement. But I understand that we definitely have to show and prove because of the element of dissension amongst the ranks that has been caused. So I don't feel any type of way about that. Like, I'm never going to switch up no matter what, and I'm here to show and prove, and I will for life. So that's the kind of, if there is a dissension amongst the ranks in terms of categories of your lifestyle, listen, you got to stand up for that shit. And if you're unapologetically black, that should show and prove, and you shouldn't have an issue with people challenging that, right? Because, like I said, I got a white wife, so I got levels to this shit. But I know I'm never going to switch up, no matter what, right? No matter what somebody calls me, says, you're not going to see me throwing my people as a whole under the bus because another nigga says some shit. So I had to say, like, that's the kind of expectation you should have for the black LGBTQ community as a whole, right? I don't like neutrality in any way. So if anybody's neutral, they're going back and forth, you got to get them out of here. That should be these people should be an afterthought. Put them on the side that they chose, even though they're not saying that, so we can move forward.
Hey, just a moment to really process all the game you were saying. I mean, absolutely, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? The race comes first. Now, one thing that we have when it comes to the intersectionality, when we talk about, and this is the issue that I have when it comes to certain black LGBT people, because when we address buck breaking, when we address that, like you was talking about the agenda, when we address that, and we talk about the dominant society wants to buck break pretty much everybody, once in black society, especially the black men. When we talk about there's a buck breaking agenda that some have already spoken out about. I know, for instance, Dave Chappelle has spoken out about this, and then next thing you know, he misses out on $1 million deals and things like that. When we talk about that, like for instance, the picture with Lakeith Stansfield, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, would you ever think like Lakeith Stansfield? Now, don't get me wrong, he's acted very well in some on some great movies before, and that was to think, would you ever see even a gay white actor post that on their thing? You don't see the extent of like almost humiliation that the gay black actors have to go through, or the gay black celebrities have to go through, dressing up looking like mascots and clowns. They dress up and they look cartoonish, and they have to be overly sexual. You don't see the gay white celebrities have to be overly sexual, talking about their sexuality all the time. You don't see them doing that, neither the males or the lesbians. But you see, the dominant society makes the black LGBT do that, or they'll make the black women do that. And then when you address that, when you say, hey, they're making you twerk, they're making black women twerk in the music videos or whatnot, that's not black liberation. When we address like the Cardi B's and the Meg Thee Stallions and all that stuff, and they talking about hot girl summer and all that, we're like, hey, that's not beneficial to us. That's not going to help us. Then it's, oh my God, you just don't like black women. Oh my God, you just don't like black LGBT. But the thing is that a lot of us can look past the intersectionality and see the racist aspect of it, and see that all of this is an agenda. especially when it comes in the media. A lot of this stuff is an agenda. So when they'll have for instance, in a lot of TV shows, they'll have a black gay character in the TV show, and in the TV show, in the TV show the character is black and the character is gay, but the thing is that that's all the character is about. You'll have this black gay character every scene. The black man is having sex with somebody. They don't do that to anybody else. They don't have the gay white characters doing that, but the gay black characters, they always naked and sleeping with a whole bunch of different people. Like you had the show on Empire, Jamal's character, um, this dude, his whole character was I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm you he these black LGBT characters barely have any other personality trait except their sexuality. And they're always having them sleeping with somebody. There's always the same sex thing. You don't see that with the white LGBT. And if you say something about it like, "Hey, this is pushing an agenda," then you'll be like, "Oh my God, then you're homophobic. Oh, you just hate gay black people." No, it's not because of hate. It's not because of anything like that. It's because I see the agenda. I see the only reason you added him in this show is to have same black person having same sex in this show. That's the only reason. If you took him out this show, and you can look at a whole bunch of TV shows with gay black characters, you take that gay black character out the show would go on completely smooth without that character. Because the only reason that that character is in there is because that character is gay and they need to show black people having same sex. Um MC I think your name is MC Shine Light. You can unmute yourself.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
How you doing?
Excuse me. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I agree with everything you're saying, and I just want to add to what you're saying right quick, as far as what you were saying about the agenda and all the extra stuff that they make the black celebrities do and everything. And I wanted to throw Obama in that because Obama, they were portraying him as first black president and all of that, and Newsweek magazine, one of the most highly prestigious and respected political magazines in this country, put him on the cover as the first gay president. You know what I'm saying? Because he passed that gay, and they passed that gay thing under his administration. What was it, gay marriage, I guess? I think it was. And so, that all ties in too, and that was a huge thing. I mean, here we are, you know, looking at him as with all this inspiration and hope and everything, and they parading him out there as the first gay president, and the fact that he would even allow that happen. You know what I mean? It's like that's crazy.
Exactly.
So I just want to throw that in there, and then I'm just gonna go back to listening because I'm about to make a trip to the grocery store.
Okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They'll praise people. You will get extra praise if because of your sexuality. And that's how we know this is an agenda. Because if you do something, they'll say, "Oh, this is the first black gay person to do this." What does their sexuality have to do with them being a mayor? Or them being a governor, or them being this or that? What does their sexuality have to do with it? But they'll put, "Oh my God, the first black gay this, the first black gay that." Okay. Like they made a big deal. There was a Marvel movie, and they made a big deal about the first, and it's specifically the first black gay person in a Marvel movie. The first gay person, the first gay superhero, I would say, in a Marvel movie was a black man who was married to, I guess, like a white Hispanic. Okay, and they made a big deal about that. And they specifically did. Then they had a whole bunch of characters in that movie. It was called Eternals, is what it was called. They had a whole bunch of people in that movie, and the only one they decided to make gay was a black man, and they made him date a non-black person. They do that in the Proud Family too. There's a black man dating a a non-black person. And when you see these gay interracial couples in the media, when it comes to black men and non-black men, you always see the non-black man in a dominant position. Like and now I used to watch the Proud Family when it first came out. I haven't really watched the new one um because I already know what's going on. But there's a character, a small gay black character with this huge muscular white man, and the gay white man is like like cartoonishly strong, and they do that to show this is a way of showing buck break, and they do that to show the gay white people dominating the gay black people. You don't ever see in media the reverse position, and when they have in media a gay person, the gay black man is always very, very soft, very effeminate, and they don't make the gay white people look like that, especially in comparison to the gay black people. And then when you call that out, it seems, oh my God, well, that's just homophobia right there. That's homophobia. No, that's me recognizing the agenda. That's me recognizing that. Okay. When you have the same sex when it comes to the women too, they have a whole bunch of stereotypes. They'll make the gay white woman, they'll make the gay white women kind of seem, they you don't really ever see a gay white stud on TV. They don't really, even if they portray a lesbian on television, a white lesbian on television, she's not really this super masculine, mannish, studdish person. Okay, but they'll have the gay black woman on TV. She'll be a stud. She'll be talking about um her dick and all that. Like for in not just in the media, they'll have that in music too. What they call that the what's that, Young Ma, right? They'll have Young Ma sit up there rap like she's a dude talking about somebody giving her neck, and talk like she's an actual physical dude. They don't have the lesbian white women rap like that or sing like that, like they're man. They'll, even if you're a lesbian, if you're white, they'll still give you the optics of being feminine and dainty. They don't give black women those optics. And then when you talk about, hey, you shouldn't be doing that, they'll say, oh my God, that's homophobia, because the white media, the white dominant society has programmed you to think that, has programmed you not to see the anti-black agenda in all of that. This goes
Can I
beyond your
go in
gender
on
identity
this?
and sexuality. You said what?
I just wanted to bring some nuance to what you said. It had me
Okay,
cracking
yeah.
the fuck up. No, dog. So look, right? Yeah, right. When we talk about that, let's talk about colorism in terms of young Ma, right? I know a lot of dark skin and brown skin butches that don't fit that category, where it would be palatable to the masses, right? For them to put these kind of people under their umbrella, right? And I also got to say, there's nuances conversation as a lesbian, right? I'm cracking the fuck up. But no, like, yo, if you look on YouTube, it's probably scrub, but no, she was a feminine woman at at one point, right? You can look at her early rap videos and shit. She got baby fat gear on. That's not us, dog. I'm just being straight. Like, no, we don't wear shit like that. So all this to say, yeah, you're gonna look for the most palatable lesbian, right? That attracts the straight male eye, or makes it palatable enough where you're like, oh, I would fuck her, right? That's a whole thing. So you're getting there, but I'm just trying to bring nuance to this conversation where it's like, yeah, some motherfuckers will get in because on Rap City, the basement back in the day, DMX put up a butch, right? She was fat. I ain't going front. She was fat and she was brown skinned, and he put her up there in the cipher or whatever. She did her goddamn thing. You think she blew? No, she didn't, right? Because that wasn't the time. It wasn't right for the era, but also she didn't have the optics that were palatable. So I just gotta say that because I love rap. and I'm also a butch. So I was waiting for our time, and I've been watching. But no, she was palatable for a certain reason, Young Ma, because niggas know they can fuck her. And if you go on YouTube, you can see clips of niggas saying, you can see butches saying, I beat her the fuck up, and she's not a real nigga, which means a lot to me. But also you can see niggas saying like, no, I was on her payroll, I used to get Dutches and shit, and I was fucking her on the low. And you can see her videos, right? So we got to get in, to the nuance of this conversation. I'm sorry, like I'm embarrassed, but that shit is real, dog. Like nigga, like she's bi, she just is. So you see what you
Mhm.
see because of that.
Exactly. And the thing is that um the dominant society, they will have you portray yourself as something that you're actually not. They'll have you portray yourself as something you're not, because they think down the line. They think of, okay, well, we know social media is too big of a thing for really parents to control. So even if your kid doesn't have a cell phone, when they go to school, somebody's gonna have a cell phone. They're gonna see this video. Age restriction be damned. All you gotta do is make a fake account. We're not gonna verify anything. So little kids are gonna see everything, and they'll have that be out there, and they'll do that specifically for them. Like for instance, like we were talking about Little Nas X. For instance, with Little Nas X, I made the argument that okay, if Little Nas X came out the gate, and he was making his devil twerking, if he was doing that out the gate, that would be different from him going to schools, going to schools, making coloring books and going on Sesame Street and doing all this stuff. And then next thing you know, he's twerking on Satan. Whoa, hold on, what is this shift about? You know? Um, because they know, okay, when you build a kid audience, the next thing you know, kids are gonna be following you. Kids are gonna be looking at your Instagram, kids are gonna be looking at your Twitter and social media. They know that. So you're right. A lot of it is about optics, and they know exactly what look they want to go for. But when you say these things, we have to have people articulate that, hey, this isn't about my belief about what Young Ma does. This isn't about what my belief about what Little Nas X does or anything like that. This isn't about the intersectionality. When people talk about these agendas, people are like, oh, well, you just don't understand. There's different types of black people out there. No, I get that there's different types of black people. There's black people who live different types of lifestyles out there. I fully understand that, but we have to understand all they weaponize their intersectionality against the interests of black people collectively. They use that against the interest of black people collectively, and we're too caught up because we get black people get too emotional when they feel like something applies to them. They're going to defend it. They're going to defend it. Okay. Like I was talking about and I hate to keep bringing this up, but when I was having a debate with the black LGBT dude, and he was all like, well, I just feel like you only saying that because he's gay. I'm all like, to be honest, dude, you probably don't really agree with what he's doing, but you just know you have to defend him because he's gay and you're gay. Okay, even though what he's doing goes against the betterment of black society in general. I could see if I was tripping, but you don't even honestly think I'm tripping. You believe exactly what I'm saying. Okay.
They're never going to listen. I mean, I'm not going to say never. They're not going to listen to you. They're just not, right? They're going to have a whole bunch of excuses. That's why I love, I'm a goddamn, I don't know, a trump card for all this shit, right? I stood up for our people in many obstacles I've been through, like, throughout my life. But all this to say, like, the liberal, right? The liberal, the socialist, all them motherfuckers are a goddamn problem, right? Because they
Mhm.
put in this immigrant agenda. If you want to talk about people on the ground, grassroots organization, and in our times, right, we got to talk about Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter adjacent groups, right? So you got a lot of prominent LGBTQ people involved, specifically lesbians or whatever the fuck they want to call themselves. I call them lesbians. They probably wouldn't say that. They say they're, I don't fucking know. But that's not, I don't know. But something like that, right? So all that to say, it should have been a dug-in movement in terms of Black Americans that after this police abolition thing, which we're not ignoring, but for me, it's like, yo, I've seen a better path, so uh, I think it's advantageous, and I think there's a lot of people that won't back down for their political preference, if you will. But it's a revolving wheel for a Black American. For me, anyway, the way I interpret this shit, it's like you, you got to move the goalposts, because if you don't, you're going to get fucked up, right? So I came from that to this, right? All this to say, there are Black LGBTQ involved in the BLM shit, right? And my sister told me, like, yo, you in the wrong movement. If you were just in liberal spaces and you're for police abolition, you wouldn't have a problem. You wouldn't be called dyke, da da da, all these kinds of things, right? But she told me, like, because you are in the reparations conversation, that gives another element to the things that you're going to have to deal with, right? Which I don't have a problem with, because my father raised me strong. My mother, I mean, she raised me strong, right? So all that to say, I don't have, I'm just here, right? I don't have any of these excuses. I know our mission, but for everybody else involved in this movement, it's easier to fall back when you have a lot of motherfuckers just talking shit. And if we will, being homophobic, right? I don't give a fuck, because I'm from the first generation of butches, right? We going to be specific. Butches that was like out here, right? With fucking wife beaters and fucking briefs and boxers and shit, right? I'm coming from, like, if you just to give you a place setting in the timeline, Missy Elliott, the Brat, all them bitches with Queen Latifah, they were supposed to be my old heads, right? But they weren't. So now they're coming out because we had to make a way for them. All this to say that you have a class still aligned with the LGBTQ agenda, if you will, because they saw the evolving door and the change with that, right? But they can't cite any kind of tangibles that they got from with that. They did it. They're gonna lie, because what they understand is that they lost that shit and the white people took that shit. And if you listen to the white LGBTQ, they'll always reference civil rights movement and all of the policies that include them within that, right? So I say, okay, fine, right? If you look at that and you look at this, how can you deny the things that they're doing in terms of the agenda? I think that people get off put, well, in terms of gay people and shit. For black people, they get off put by the agenda, and that's why I told King Carter, like, look, just say the white LGBTQ agenda, because it off puts people. It doesn't off put me because, like I said, Gil will make you too. If you ain't doing that shit, then you ain't got involvement with that shit. Well, all these nuances to words and labels and shit, they come into play. But again, right, if you recite the demographics and you recite the struggle and all of these and the success or lack of success from these communities, it's just undeniable. And if we stick to the numbers, this is what Adolph's taught me. If you stick to the data, you can't fail. And these niggas will never say shit against it. Well, they can, but when you hit them with the data, they going to fucking fold, because none of these niggas have done anything for black LGBTQ culture, right? The white LGBTQ own all the clubs in neighborhoods, right? Throughout every major city in America. You ain't got no motherfucking equity. When I was coming up, we would be in underground hood ass clubs in abandoned buildings and shit. And I don't think that has changed. I don't go clubbing because I'm a little older. I don't think that has changed, because I ain't seen no black owned gay clubs in the motherfucking neighborhood. So those are the kinds of things that you can point at. Fuck the motions, fuck all they feelings and shit, where it shows like you ain't getting shit from this goddamn gay agenda, and they gotta fold.
Mm, absolutely, absolutely. Um, if anybody, because I might not be on too much longer, so if anybody would like to get on and speak on this subject, if anybody has like a comment to make, whether you agree or disagree, because I swear this happens every time I host a space. People are like, you know what? I disagree with every single thing you said. I just didn't want to say it. What are you talking about? Everybody has a chance to speak whether they agree or disagree. I don't say if you agree you can speak. If you disagree, y'all don't need to be here. Unapologetically black, pro black, you can unmute your mic.
What's good, fam? The problem with intersectionality in the black society, I would also include identity politics. I think it's been a coffin for black people because it siphons off black people to advocate for what makes us different instead of us advocating for what we all have in common, which would be our race.
Mm, exactly. Everybody wants to special because you want to be the special group. You want to be the subgroup of black people who think that their issues or whatnot makes you somewhat different. You're treated differently. They want to other themselves, and that's the issue. The black people aren't really othering you. You're othering yourself when you say that. Yeah, I know I was shot and killed like every other black person is shot and killed by the police. I know or that person was shot and killed, but that person wasn't shot and killed because he was black. That person was shot and killed because he was trans.
Can I give an
That's
analogy?
you othering yourself. When we had the Black Lives Matter, that didn't specify any specific group of black people, but then they othered themselves by saying Black Trans Matter. You know what I'm saying? That's the division right there. That's the division didn't come from us initially.
Facts.
You got your hand up. You can speak real quick. If
No,
you
you mind if I give an analogy?
yeah, yeah.
So think of a slice of pizza, right? But what makes us different is each slice on that pizza. So the whole pizza would be us, a black code of conduct and a black agenda. So how does a slice of pizza supersede a whole pizza?
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good analogy. I like that. We're all a slice, but you think that you being a slice makes you any different than the other slices. Even if you have different toppings, you're on the same pizza. You in the same pizza box, being devoured by the same people.
Exactly.
Um, B man, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, just wanted to say to you, I was in that room the other night when you had that that conversation, and yeah, man, just appreciate where you were, where you stood, and you were on point. I mean, I listened in, trying to hear where it was, but ultimately, kind of like what unapologetic just said. I mean, ultimately, if we have these identity politics within it, it's just going to give way for more confusion, which is, ultimately in the system of white supremacy, that is their number one goal and what they're trying to do. So, yeah, I think that you've been on point with what you said, and even the things I think the brother Eric, I think he put up something that was here in Minneapolis where a group of people jumped a trans person and beat him in that liquor store. I went and looked at it, and that was horrible. So me from my standpoint, whether if it's a female, male, or a trans person, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. Period. So I mean, they just gunned down Amir Locke within 10-15 seconds right down the street from me. They didn't have a chance to check and see what somebody's sexuality was. I mean, they kicked in the door and shot him down. So I think you're 100% on point, and we do have to address these conversations if we're looking to dismantle white supremacy.
Thank you. And you're absolutely right. I don't. First off, let me make this statement clear. I don't condone anybody being unjust, be anybody doing harm to anybody because of their sexuality or anything like that. Um, like and the brother Eric, he made that post where he was talking about the trans person who got pretty much beat up by a gang of people. I don't condone that. And I don't care if the person was trans, if the person was straight or bi or whatever. As B Man said, was right is right and was wrong is wrong. I don't condone wrong, harmful things happening to somebody because of their sexuality. Okay, but we have to understand. We need to put our differences aside when it comes to when it comes to pushing the black agenda. If we look at the Stop Asian Hate thing that was going on last year, you did not see them branch off and say, okay, well, let's stop Asian woman hate. Let's stop gay Asian hate. Let's stop trans Asian hate. You did not see them do that one time. It wasn't no, they didn't even differentiate ourselves between like different Asian ethnic groups. Let's stop Japanese hate. Let's stop Chinese hate. Let's stop North Korea, South Korea, Vietnamese hate. They said Asian, and they all under the banter of Asian. We're all Asian. I know we have our infighting and our disagreements here and there, but we're Asian right now, and Asian is the agenda. We're on this pro-Asian agenda, and that's how they were able to succeed, because they understand, oh, we got to stick on code no matter what anybody says. You didn't see them try to differentiate, but too often you see black people trying to do that. We had Black Lives Matter, then next thing you know, we want to separate. Okay, well, Black Lives Matter, well, what about gay Black Lives Matter? Why do you need a gay Black Lives Matter if you have Black Lives Matter? What is going to be the difference? you know Asians knew better than to do that. Unapologetic, you can unmute yourself, then I'm gonna let Hoodie Dim go.
I don't know if anybody's aware. I think as of January, gay people not get reparations.
Yeah, yeah, I am aware of that. The Biden administration was talking about he's going to give reparations to and so let's make this very clear. This isn't going to the black LGBT. I hope you guys do not think that. This
Correct.
is going specifically to the white LGBT people who, and all they got to do is claim that, yeah, I was in a relationship and couldn't get married at the time, and they can get a reparations check. Um,
18, 1850. And if the person that they were supposed to marry dies, they get half of that.
Yeah, and if the person they were supposed to marry dies, how can they prove for a fact that that they were actually going to intend on marrying that person if that person is dead? See, now when it comes to black people, they always make it, how can you prove if you're a descendant of slaves? How can we prove that? It would be so hard to trace that. But they'll make these things that you really can't prove when it comes to other groups, and they'll say, you know what, you don't have to really prove anything. All you got to do is say it happened, and we'll believe you and cut you a check. Oh man, Hoodie Dim. I don't know if you. I was just about to let you speak, but um, oh well, Moriegan, you can unmute yourself.
No, I just wanted to say it's funny you guys said that because when I read the article, I was like, okay, that's a specific group within itself in terms of LGBTQ, right? Because me as a black lesbian, we didn't apply for that shit when it came to be a thing, right? I had a lot of women that was like, "Yo, we should get married." I'm telling you, like, I went from loop and bounds to like not get involved in that shit because I wasn't ready, and it definitely put pressure on me. Um, because you're coming from, for me anyway, I'm coming from a place where that wasn't a thing in my life. So I didn't grow up thinking about marriage. I did it, right? So when that became a thing, I was like, okay. And so when they said the reparations or LGBTQ shit with the Social Security, I was like, no, that's definitely for a specific group, which heightens the racial wealth gap. Because LGBTQ white people were the first people in line for that, right? Um, so all this to say again, I think that like I'm definitely comfortable on this stage, because I'm a lesbian, right? I think it's more palatable for the black community, in terms of me, right? Even though I get a little shit or whatever, it's nothing that's going to hinder me from my community. But I can say for black gay men that aren't on this stage, since we're having this conversation, like, what would you guys say to them specifically? And we're talking about, like, feminine black gay men that are pulling to that. They're pulling to that because, for me, on the outside looking in, they see some another layer of protection that is not coming from our community, right? So, I mean, specifically for them, like, what would you guys say, to get them involved and very focused on the black community, if you will?
Okay, that's an actual good question. I would say the thing is that you're black first, despite whether you're straight or gay. Okay, the and I know you might feel differently, but the thing is that you have issues like, for instance, the brother brought up Amir Locke. They bust down the door and shot Amir Locke. Amir Locke barely woke up before he was shot down by the police. His sexuality did not matter to them. Okay. um you have black people getting shot, a bunch of black people getting shot in police raids. Their sexuality doesn't matter to them. For instance, man, I can name so many damn stories of different people. When you have the move bombings and things like that, their sexuality doesn't matter to them. Okay, you think in Flint, Michigan, they're giving straight black people clean water and gay black people dirty water to drink? No, all of those black people are drinking the same filthy, contaminated, lead-filled water. A lot of these problems are summed up. The common denominator of all of these problems are white supremacy. Don't think that your gayness takes you supersedes your blackness. That's what I would try to explain to them, because um even when you talk about the gay black people, you can talk about, look at the gay black people and then compare them to the straight white people, the gay black people, gay white, oh god, look at the gay black people and then compare them to the gay white people, and you can see racism in there. Because at the end of the day, the dominant society, whether you're straight, gay, male, female, the dominant society teaches themselves not to view black people as human beings. So they're not going to treat you right, no matter what subgroup you're a part of. If like I said, if a person has like a phobia of dogs or a phobia of spiders, arachnophobia, right? That person isn't going to be less scared of a spider with red legs versus a spider with blue legs, a spider with black legs versus a spider with brown legs. They see a spider, they're either going to kill it or they're going to run away. You don't have selective arachnophobia. Like I said, you don't have if we want to call it, you don't have selective anti-black racism. Anti-black racism applies to anybody here. So that's what I would tell them. That you're in this whether you believe you are or not. It's not your choice to be in this, but you're in it regardless.
I mind if I
Hey,
speak? Go ahead, fam.
I was just going to say, even to take it a step further, we can look at other subgroups where the same rules apply, whether if you're half FBA or you're not, or maybe some people think that their education might transcend their race. The same rules still apply across the board with it.
Exactly. Unapologetic, you can go.
I was gonna say, you notice people who have dual allegiances, um, they're coming to spaces like this, and not saying this happened, but I'm just saying we all been a part of these conversations where people, they come in, they might even come in, I'm pro black, I'm black, I'm black, and as they start talking, they show their dual allegiance, then it derails the conversation. And one way they do it, when they start talking about their dual allegiance, their rhetoric becomes insular. So if there was a gay person on here who came in, trying to advocate for gay rights or saying, well, I'm black, I'm both black and gay. Soon as they start talking about their insulary, start sharing an insular story, I would highlight that. Your insular story, as unfortunate as it is, if you're advocating for gay rights, Racism will make you null and void if gay people got rights. Therein lies the difference between you and them. White gay people benefit from gay rights, not black gay people, because racism will rear its ugly head.
Exactly. Exactly. Like I said before, with the cake incident, I keep forgetting. I knew the name of the case, but that cake incident where the white gay couple wanted a cake made, um, and they went to, now this wasn't just like a big bakery or something like this.
That was
This
in
was,
Indiana, right?
you said what?
That was in Indiana, right?
I think it was where they it was like a Christian bakery and they refused to make the cake. I don't remember where it was. I remember what happened, but I don't remember where it was. It might have been in Indiana. Um, but they refused to make the cake for the gay couple, and the gay couple sued. Now, I guess they went through multiple different courts, and eventually the Supreme Court deemed in favor of the gay white couple, saying that that was discrimination. Now, when it comes to black people, when it comes to like private businesses, they'll pretty much say a private business has the right to discriminate against you. You can only sue for discrimination if it's like a government funded business, or like some type of corporate business. They'll allow discrimination when it comes to private schools and private businesses. But of now, like I was saying, I'm twisting my words up. If that was a gay black couple, that story wouldn't have went nowhere. They would have said, you know what? They have the right to discriminate against you. It's their business. You just go somewhere else and find a cake. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all think, if the black LGBT thinks that that's a victory for the LGBT community, you need to separate the LGBT community between the white LGBT and the black LGBT, because that's not a win for you. You don't think that you can do what they can do. Moriagan, you can unmute yourself.
Thanks, Afro Elite. Y'all love you, y'all. Please follow him because I feel comfortable in his rooms. I don't really feel uncomfortable in any space. I just gotta say that, but you hold it down. You pinpoint the facts, right? I asked that because, like, for me, I'm just a special person, right? Nobody is ever going to be able to get me to deny my blackness and go, far to the right where it's like, fuck them niggas, duh, 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 right? Me with a white wife, being a black butch lesbian, everything, right? So I'm asking the stage these questions because this is what I see in my dynamic, specifically for black gay men, right? I don't. For me, I don't really think lesbians, kind of black lesbians anyway, got um, uh, a side in this fight, if you will, right? I am silent when I see like the black women and men wars and divestors and all that. That's not my position, right? But because we are having this conversation and there's no black gay men in this conversation, I'm saying this because I'm earnest about this, right? Um, it's not comfortable for them. I'm just going to say that it's just not. Like, we can sit here and say, okay, no, y'all niggas need to focus on this, right? That's fine. I'm focused on that too, right? I don't need to assert my lesbianism and all that because that's not the motherfucking problem for my life. The motherfucking problem for my life is being black. But I do see that it's deeper than that for black gay men specifically, right? I can't tell you why. I don't really know why, but it seems like it's some male shit going on, which makes them um aversion to this shit, what we're talking about right now. And if they have an out, they're going to use the LGBTQ agenda to have it out to be like, no, I ain't with y'all niggas because you're talking shit about me and you don't make me feel comfortable, right? Which I don't need none of that, right? But I'm just saying, I know I'm a special kind of person, right? I've been nurtured. I'm in Philadelphia. I'm not in the sticks, if you will. So I don't have a hindrance in terms of my sexuality or my lifestyle in any kind of way where it's going to be like I can't project my thoughts, right? But I have to say this because I was definitely on the front lines, specifically, for black lives in America, right? I ain't talking about us African shit, nothing. I came out there for our people. So all that to say, I've been very aligned culturally with black Americanness, and I see a division, and I want to know, like, how y'all going to be welcoming and address these issues without saying, like, yo, these things that we're pointing to you, they don't include you, nigga. So don't even try to include yourself in that. Let's say that's duly noted, right? But I'm saying, like, amongst yourselves, how do you think that they can feel a little more comfortable? And if you don't feel like the earnest is on you for them to be comfortable, that's fine too. Because I don't, I'm neutral in that fact, which I don't really take too many neutral stances, but I'm neutral within that because, like, for me, black men, I feel like need to have a specific claim, if you will, right? We need to give deference to them because I understand the situation that black men are going through, right? But that's just me as an individual, not as a whole. But I gotta tell you my whole being, so you understand where I'm coming from. So I had to say, for black gay men specifically, do y'all think that there is a better way of bridging that gap just amongst ourselves in this conversation?
Okay. I'm gonna answer your question real quick, and then after that I'm gonna let unapologetically pro black say that. I do see that there is a difference in the way this situation is handled between the black um lesbians and then black gay men or whatnot. I've been told that black gay men feel as if they're like being othered and they're being shut out and they're not a part of the conversation because and the reason for that is it's really the black gay men who come and like divert the attention towards sexuality instead of racism. So the thing is that I want, and you need articulate people to say this. I allow anybody to come up here and speak. Okay, if you're on code, you're on code. That's all I care about at the end of the day. As long as you're on code, whatever you do in your house or out your house, or whatever you believe in, whatever you don't believe in, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that I would try to say the black gay men, they need to represent as far as not taking the attention away from racism and white supremacy and putting it on sexuality, which for too often that's what they do. Like when we talk about police brutality, then it'll be the black gay man, it won't even be the black gay woman who comes up and talk about, well, what about our representation? What about the police brutality about gay black men? Wait, hold on. So it's they're the ones who switch the conversation from a racial one to a one about sexuality. So we need, I would try to say, the gay black men who are on code. Y'all need to be the ones kind of cleaning house, so to speak, and the ones addressing the other gay black people and like, hey, look, we got to put that aside and we got to work on our blackness because that's the bigger issue here. So that's what I would say to that. But I try to allow them to feel, if you talking about blackness, if you talking about reparations, if you talking about um ending police brutality and building black wealth, man, I don't care who you sleeping with. That's not gonna bother me. If you say, hey, I got this business going on and it's gonna help black people gain wealth, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I would, but I didn't know you was gay. You know what I'm saying? So it's whatever is the best for the people at the end of the day, the way I see it. I know.
You mind?
Oh yeah, unapologetic. You can go.
Before I got here, did anybody self-identify as heterosexual? I didn't think so.
Uh,
So when we come in these spaces and we had these conversations, this is why I brought up insular. It's when a person cannot see beyond their own experience. This is why I also said when we come together and we have these spaces, people who serve multiple allegiances derail the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna say that again, and I say that to say this: we. This is why I said identity politics was the nail in the coffin for Black people. Because it was a checkmate move. Because Black people who belong to multiple allegiances put that allegiance before a Black code of conduct and a Black agenda, all while saying they're pro-Black. But everything that comes out of their mouth after that, they advocate for what makes us different, as in the allegiance that they belong to, as opposed to what we all have in common, which is our race. All you got to do is let a person talk, and they will tell you, they'll show you where their allegiance is.
Exactly. Exactly. Moriegan, you can or before I let Moriegan you go, that's exactly what I was saying. When people say I'm black and this, I'm black and that, they always put the and, even if they say black first, they'll say black before the other thing, but they'll put the other thing before their blackness in the way that they move. So they'll say, "Well, I'm black and I'm gay." And next thing you know, they'll take a conversation and they'll make it seem like being gay is more important to them than being black is. And that's the problem when it comes to like brother unapologetic said, dual allegiances, because they always, no matter what dual allegiance you all, they always put their other allegiance before they put their blackness, their allegiance to their blackness. Moriegan, you can speak. Unmute yourself.
Mm, yeah, I think all of these aspects that you are saying are right, right? Unapologetic, you're right, right? A lot of people assert a certain otherness. We can talk about pretendians. We can go into a lot of otherness that's at play in terms of, for me, this specific conversation, which is reparations, right? So we can get into that, right? But for me, I was on the stage. They brought up Black LGBTQ, right? I feel like for me, I'm an advocate, if you will, for the otherness, right? To shut down all the misnomers in terms of the conception of the Black LGBTQ agenda. I'm just not with that shit, even though I'm fully gay and everything else, right? I don't need an advocation for gayness. I never did. I'm going to be me regardless. I've lived in the city of Philadelphia. I have a privilege, if you will, in terms of my atmosphere that allows me to just be who I am. Like, I've never had any opposing positions within the Black community specifically that say, yo, you are not of me. Like my grandparents were married by Jeremiah Wright Sr. So when we're talking about the Black church specifically, I'm a kid of that. I'm a child of that. I'm fully blessed. Like, I'm a Southern Baptist girl, right? In the Black church and everything. So all that to say, like, my allegiance, if you will, are very clear in my mentality, right? But when people say, not you specifically, but when people say like, yo, these things don't matter, just to speak, it doesn't matter to me. Like, we can go on this ride. I've said that before. We can get here where we're talking about these things. We can ride out on that. I'm fully aligned with that. And any opposition in terms of like any category I fit, I'm gonna fucking be a goddamn block to that shit, right? But these things don't change. Like, these are things that have to be addressed. So and I don't think, for me, it's good enough, right? I don't really care like what anybody thinks, right? It's not going to change who I am. It's not going to change my wife. Not going to change none of that shit. But for the general masses, yeah, they fucking tilt because they're guilty. But I don't think we should discredit these people or put them to a side, because I do think they have real grievances within our Black community that needs to be addressed. For me, I don't have no goddamn grievances. I'm sorry, I just don't. I was raised very well. All of the Black men in my lives were definitely protectors. I'm this way for a reason because of them. I don't have any of that. But there are people that do. So what are we going to say to them? And I'm saying this because I have friends that have this grievance, if you will, within the black community. So it's like, what are we going to do about them?
I mean, like I said, I mean, you have grievances in all communities. All communities have a bit of grievances, and I'm gonna be brief, and then I'm gonna let Johnny, and then uh was it MC, brother MC? We the Asians have. Do you have any understand? And I would say to tell them this. I'm not saying this for you specifically. Do you have any understanding the differences in the Asian community or the Jewish community? They don't get along at all of them. There's a lot of infighting amongst their group, but when there's a common goal, when they all wanted to get this Asian hate, when they wanted to be on the front news talking about Asian hate, they all got on board. Ain't none of them talk about, yeah, well, gay Asians, they face it worse than everybody else. None of them was up there doing that. You don't see when the anytime somebody talk about the what's that thing called, anti-Semitic, you don't ever see nobody saying, oh, well, the unorthodox Jews, they face it worse than the Orthodox Jews. You don't see them making separations, even if they have infighting. Now, if there's a grievance that you have within your community, every group doesn't, and I'm not trying to say that that's all of that is just unfair. That can be addressed, but that should never be on a platform. When a platform is about the common goal. Johnny, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, I don't mind a grievance, but it's like when it comes to the gay black man, the only problem a straight black man could have with him is when it's time to play and when it's time not to. And the gay black man never knows when it's time not to play. You know, when we trying to front line and be fortified for the black community, they trying to be fabulous. They use us like a social political tool against us. You got this big ass Nigerian gigabyte nigga popping his fucking coochie everywhere and shit is weird, you know?
Exactly.
I can feel that. He said
Um,
popping his coochie.
you do. And then when we say something like this is the we got white supremacy, you got wars going on in Europe right now, and we need to be as focused on warfare, on the anti-black warfare as possible. You got big clowns sitting up there dancing, literally like Jezebel clowns. MC, you can unmute yourself.
All right. Can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so I wanted to respond to Moriega's point with this right here. And I feel like a lot of that, issue comes from animosity that a lot of the gay men have towards straight men, to be honest. And I can back that up with something I saw a little while back. Y'all remember the actress Lisa Ray, right? Diamond from Players Club.
Yeah, yeah. I
All
remember.
right. Do you remember when she came out with her reality show like several years back? Maybe like it was a little ways back, maybe like 15 years ago. I don't know if it was that far, but it was a little while back. Anyway, I say all that to say this. So I wasn't really into the show or anything, but I just so happened to turn on it one day, right, and catch something that I was so important to me that I committed it to memory, because I always felt like there was some kind of animosity from gay men towards heterosexual men. So one day on the episode, she had a gay cousin on there with her, right? And so one day they were traveling somewhere in her car, and they were having a discussion about I guess it was regarding the relationship between gay men and black men. Heterosexual black men. And her cousin said something that was very interesting and insightful. And he said that gay men, he either said don't like straight men or or jealous of heterosexual. I can't remember exactly which one of those because it's been, like I said, several years. But I want to say that he said like jealous, but I'm not going to just say for exactly that it was that, because like I said, I am a little fuzzy on which thing he said, but he said one of those, right? And so that goes back to the point here of like what the issue is. Like there's a lot of animosity coming from gay black men towards heterosexual black men about something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know exactly what it's regarding, but a lot of the issue is coming from them to begin with. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, that's something that can be discussed a lot too, because it a lot of times I've noticed too. There's a lot of hostility coming from gay black men when it comes to straight black men. Because to be honest, straight black men, we don't be talking about gay black men like that. We do not be, we don't be talking about gay black men like
No, we
that.
don't. We really don't.
They don't be on our minds like people
Not
think.
only that, not to cut you off, but I feel like a lot of us have evolved from that kind of that teaching that we were brought up with by our black mothers, mostly, that homosexuality is wrong, is bad, and sort of to have hatred for it. You know what I'm saying? As much as a lot of us were brought up with that, it's amazing to me how many people, young black men, have evolved out of that hatred and come to just kind of be like whatever about it. You know what I'm saying? As long as you don't, come at me with it, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like a lot of getting after this, I'm gonna let Moriagans speak. You had your hand up, and then some of the new speakers. A lot of black men, the straight black men, we're just against the buck breaking agenda. We just know the difference because there's everybody got a gay person in their family, a gay uncle, a gay cousin, or something like that. You, as black, especially now, we don't be making no like big deal about that. We ain't gonna be like, ugh, don't talk to me, don't look at me. We like, hey, bro, what's good with you, man? Like, it's not really like that, especially nowadays. I can't really speak on like years and years ago because it probably was exactly like that. But now it is. We not like really tripping on them like that. It's just the fact that when we see people talk about straight black men are toxic, straight black men are bad, and straight black men this and straight black men this, and we see an agenda. So that's really the thing that we're pushing back against, and it's being called, okay, well, that's not the agenda. You're just hate gay black people, or you're just homophobic. So just to piggyback off of what the brother said there. Moriegan, you can unmute yourself.
No, I think this is a great discussion, brothers. Like, give reference to you guys for like, even entertaining this conversation because, you know, uh, people entertain us in a way, right? Um, so for all that being said, I don't want you to think I'm feeling some type of way. I don't care. Like, I love my father. He was a big presence in my life. My grandfathers and my two great grandfathers that I was fortunate enough to know. So all that being said, like, no, I do think there is agenda specifically to malign Black American men. You can see it within the mandatory minimums. You can see it within the prison numbers, right? That shit is not for nothing, right? And for me, we can talk about the slavery shit, but that's where I'm coming from, right? Because my father was one of them, right? He was in federal prison. I went through his whole trial, and my family deserves reparations because they took a provider out of our family structure. So that's where I'm coming with in terms of this reparations conversation. But all that being said, because my best friend, right, I see his duality within our community specifically. I'm black, right? I feel a certain level of comfortability that he's not able to latch on to, right? And I'm just going to keep it 1,000, right? What that breeds is the down low culture that people don't want to really get into, but I saw it um, for my own eyes within my best friend who's 3 years younger than me, right? So I saw the duality with that within him, right? And it's like, damn, this shit is not fair. I don't know how we're going to get it together. I'm not saying we have to get it right now, but it's something that we have to look within ourselves because it's not fair to the black woman specifically, right? When you're over here dibbling and dabbling in gay culture when you know you're gay, but also it's just not fair to general masses of us, right? So I just have to say that because I don't think that straight people are really understanding the dynamics within this culture, right? You got this is my friend, right? He told me like, yo, he's had two straight presenting men um want to be, with him for life, right? And they've said like, yo, calculated things like, yo, we're gonna get together, but we're gonna marry these women. They're gonna be best friends, and we're gonna have, you know, a family, right? So I'm just saying, like, I think these things will come into fruition like later on down the line. But please, just put it in your head these men specifically within our culture do not feel comfortable enough to just be who they are. I don't know, how we're going to change the trajectory of that conversation. Maybe you guys have some cues or whatever to make these people feel comfortable, but that is a problem. I have an older sister who's very straight, eligible person, qualified person in every way, like looks, all that shit, right? She got the pedigree, she got the education every way, but she's not finding a black male straight partner for a reason. So I'm just kind of like, yo, like, how are we gonna let these people be who they are so they can get out the fucking way, so people can know who they are without a hindrance, if you will?
I mean, I feel like, damn, that's kind of as we're growing. I feel like that's something that is consciously being talked about. I feel like there's more comfortability now than there might have used to be. Um, and I feel like being black first should be the agenda for every. And I feel like once everybody gets on a black first page, everybody's gonna put all the other subgroups and stuff aside. I mean, I can't speak for individuals, but you know what I'm saying. I know that once we get the black agenda together, there will always be some people who, I mean, look at every community. We're not Everybody's not going to be. This isn't Wakanda. Everybody's not going to always agree on every single thing. There's always going to be some disagreements as long as we agree on the big stuff. You know what I'm saying? Um, we can I feel like agreeing on the bigger things will unite us more than trying to really address the smaller things. And that's really the biggest point. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be some disagreements. There's always going to be some people who, you know, have their specific views about homosexuality and everything. This isn't to really change everybody's mind. Just like with any other group, there's always disagreements. There's always people who don't agree with it, and but that doesn't stop them from being on code. Once we start to address the code will unite more black people than anything else. You know. Um, what's how do you pronounce your name? Amara or El Amara? You can unmute yourself.
I just wanted to say that initially with the male homosexual, his maneuver is to overpower that man. So some men may want to be submissive, and so they'll do the down low situation.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Okay, sis, I hear you.
let me see who else. Who else? I don't know. I think unapologetic. I think you had your hand up, and then Johnny.
Yeah, I was gonna say, see, like how do I say this? I'm gonna speak to the elephant in the room. Um, when we have particularly with people from the gay community, uh, just because they cross paths with unfortunate bigots, people who try to harm them, and then that's their representation of the majority, right? Moving forward, and then you start hearing generalizations when they speak, and if I apply that logic, um, I ain't gonna say that, but there's no system in place created by heterosexual black men to oppress, subjugate, or harm gay black people, right? Now, I'm not trying to be insensitive to their plight. I'm not saying that there are bigots. There are bigots in every ethnic group. There are people who are prejudiced. There are people who's not going to like a person who lives their truth in every ethnic group. But when I hear people that belong to multiple allegiances talk about the heterosexual black man, in my with my critical thinking, they add validity to what I'm about to say next. The most marginalized person in this country is a heterosexual black man. So they'll talk about heterosexual black men or family members who abandon them for simply being gay or trans. But then they will ignore trans men who are raping women in prison. If you do not believe me, go to Google, type in trans rapes female convict, and look at how many articles and look at the years. This is going on for years. You notice they're not putting trans naturally born women who aspire to be men who commit crimes. They're not putting them in prison with naturally born men, but they're putting men who aspire to be women in prisons with naturally born women.
Are you
Now,
talking about the feds?
can I finish?
I'm
So,
just trying to get some clarification. I'm sorry.
and then let's take it to society, just in case someone wants to say, well, that's a subgroup. That's the criminal element. In society, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Areas that were originally designated for girls and women are now being open to naturally born men. They don't even need to have the surgery to remove their genitalia. They can just simply say that they feel like they are the opposite sex. There was a situation in California at a gay spot, an Asian spot. One side was for females, one side was for men. There was a trans man walking around with his genitalia out in front of women and girls. If America's already a rape culture, why would we put naturally born men in spaces originally designated for women and girls? This also includes locker rooms and bathrooms in schools. I'm also addressing the fact that in elementary age schools, kids are now being taught about homosexuality. They're talking to teachers about the teacher's homosexual lifestyle. Last time I checked, I don't recall ever having that conversation in elementary with a heterosexual teacher. It is like they are literally, and I hate to say this, I'm just being transparent, I'm being indifferent, and I'm being objective. If you look up the definition of deviant behavior, how is that behavior not deviant? And I'll let my play.
Okay. I'm gonna let Johnny. You had your hand up. You can speak, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm about to go a little bit further on what the unapologetic brother was talking about. But this whole imaginary FAG bashing thing that they got heterosexual black males, attached to, I've never seen it happen. In fact, I just saw an instance of it now. Like after all these years of the mythology and urban legends of it, I saw a mythology of it a few months ago, and it was just some kids saying, "Get out of our hood." They do that to everybody, the gangbangers. But back to what I was saying, maybe this whole down low phenomena shit is really narcissism. People's lives are boring and they want a dramatic story. Being gay ain't that cool and exciting if it's out in the open and it's just something everyday and normal, you know? So maybe they play the down low road because like it's more exciting, like a woman stepping out, some type of sociopathic
Here you go.
serotonin boost or something. But yeah, I land my plane right there.
Now, MC, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. I think we're gonna have to hold you hostage for a little while, bro, on this topic. But I wanted to respond, again to Moriega, and I don't want her to feel like, I'm not targeting her, but she's like raising some points that are kind of like issues in the black, community and everything, and so I'm just addressing that. And as far as the whole download issue, so several years back, Essence Magazine did they did like a whole story on women that have been quote unquote so-called victims of down low brothers and everything, right? And they were telling their little stories and everything. It was like several women, and so one thing that I noticed in common between several of the stories is that they were telling about how they would meet these men, and kind of how they the path they went down to end up being romantic and everything. And one thing I remember out of that is that the women kept saying they kept noticing these red flags, but they kept ignoring them because they liked certain things about the guy so much. You know what I'm saying? And so I feel like that is and always has been a big part of the problem is that, you know, they will see these things, but they will disregard them because, let's be honest, there are some women out there, maybe half of them, that like certain feminine traits in men. You know what I'm saying? And I even see it just, in my own world going around in public. I've seen, several cases of women being with men that look obviously gay to me. You know what I'm saying? And I've had to scratch my head and be like, what the hell is going on here? You know what I'm saying? And one of the cases, I was living in LA some years back. I mean, this guy looked so completely gay, and him and this woman, normal looking black woman, they were walking, holding hands, and I was like, I just couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? I felt like that was like the nail of the coffin proof that I needed to, see that some of these women, are going for that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not feeling the whole I fell victim, like total victim to, the down low brothers kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they got to take some accountability because a lot of these women out here also these days don't like total masculine energy. Like they hate it. You know what I'm saying? And I even had one say to me, like, because a little while back when I first moved back, home where I'm at now, I was driving for Lyft, and I had this female passenger, and when I was getting ready to drop her off, I think there was like a little confusion about which way I needed to go, right, to drop her off, or the spot or whatever, and so what she was saying was what she was trying to tell me was wrong because I don't know if I was already familiar with the location or what, but I was trying to tell her the location, and turned out, and so I went her way, right? And so it turned out it was wrong, and it was accurate what I had been telling her. And so I tried to be like in a cooler way. I tried to be like, "See, told you," you know what I'm saying. And before I could even like really be like that, she was like, "Okay, okay, don't be a total man, just don't be She was like, "Don't be 100% man about it and shit." You know what I'm saying? And I was like, what the hell? She was like, don't be a complete man. She said like two different ways of describing it and shit. And basically, bottom line, what she was saying was, don't be a total man. Like, don't be, what I'm saying? It was weird. And so, anyway, so that's that about the download stuff. And then also, what I was gonna say, she said her sister is, walking around being a very eligible person and can't find a mate. Well, it's a lot of us going through that. You know what I'm saying? I fit into that. I'm sure, like, You know, a few other brothers here in the room fit into that. You know what I'm saying? And part of that is society and how they have pulled us apart. You know what I'm saying? Because nowadays, you know, men don't feel comfortable like trying to show women interest anymore, especially like in public places, because is, you know, things have gotten so toxic that if you do just doing that, even in the most appropriate way, comes across as creepy to a lot of women. You know what I'm saying? Or thirsty or something. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of men just like don't even try to deal with it no more. You know what I'm saying? And so, so you got a lot of that going on. That's actually getting in the way of a lot of people being able to connect and hook up and find their mate. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if we were in our own society, we wouldn't be going by those rules and probably having this hard of a time with that, you know, but that's part of the society, this unfriendly Western, you know, very cold, distant culture that we live in. So that's my take on that.
Mm, okay. Who had their hand up first? Unapologetic or
No,
Moriega?
um, Moriega.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Um,
no,
yeah, you can speak Moriega. And then unapologetic and B man.
I was going to say, like, you brothers said a lot, right? Without, all that extra shit. You said a lot, right? That pinpointed the discussion. But like I said, I'm not a black gay man, so I don't know, no. But, I just observe what I see. Just, growing up within my church dynamic, it's like, okay, for that choir director, no, nigga, you can't be gay, but so it's kind of like, okay, I understand that I have privilege within the gay community, within the black community, right? I can be who I am. Nobody's going. I'm talking about a person that's from Philadelphia, right? So ain't too many niggas gonna be like, bitch, you a dyke, shut the fuck up, don't be in our goddamn churches, the because my grandparents are founding members of a church, right, that's influential in this community. So that's never going to be an issue for me, even whatever church I go through. But what I am seeing, are choir directors. They're they ain't feeling like they're a part, right? So within this conversation, I got an unapologetic dog, brother. Like I love that black maleness that makes me shut the fuck up because it's very few and far in between. Like Afro Elite, I'll shut the fuck up for you, dog. You got it. I ain't gotta say shit. But it's very few far in between that gets me to the point. All the freemen, they be like, yo, I shut the fuck up. So anybody, like I see in my following shit, yo, we're always going to build on this. But I'm saying again that you will never get me to align with any LGBTQ agenda for any of these white niggas. You're not. Because I understand our place in this country, and that's the only struggle I've fought through, which is the Black American liberation struggle in America, right? So I think you guys actually brought us some good points, right? Um, and I don't really have anything averse to say, but it's like, yo, keep talking about these things in a genuine place, right? Because, like I said, it's not my place, but I think it's something within black males. They're gay, they're straight. It's something with y'all that has to be pinpointed. That's not a conversation that black women, regardless of their sexuality, can have. But I'm very, very I don't know. It makes me feel jubilant, to these conversations. Like, okay, we can get it there. So I thank y'all for that. Where there's no black gay representation, well, maleness representation on the stage. So I thank y'all for that.
Yeah, I
Well,
was gonna say.
something before
Sorry.
there were black gay people here. They just, I mean, I would allow them to speak if they. I've seen some come in, pop in, and then pop out, but you know what I'm saying. They didn't request to speak, and I'm not gonna force you to speak. Um, so I just want you to know so everybody knows that too. I'm not like preventing anybody from being able to speak. If you request to speak, I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk. So just just putting that out there. Now, B man, you can unmute yourself.
I was next.
Who said that?
That was
That was who?
unapologetic. Unapologetic.
Oh, okay. Okay, you were next. Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, an undercover brother or sister, they're gay. They're not straight. So if they're lying to, if I guess if they are would be classified as a undercover individual, and they run around here sleeping with the same sex, they're not straight. They're gay. So, and then heterosexual black men, like I said, there's bigots that are straight. There's bigots that are gay. There's bigots that belong to other ethnic groups. But why does it always, the small percentage, always got to represent black people and or heterosexual black men? So when we have these conversations, um, it seems like the negative stereotype that is typically laid at the feet of black people and or black men uh, seems to be a white supremacist talking point. Because whenever America or white people describe black people, it's our worst that represents us all, our degenerate, our criminal element, our disenfranchised, right? The bigots. For some reason, they always represent us all. It's no different and then when you shrink it down and whenever you hit, wherever you hit a gay community, a member from the gay community or the gay agenda, they try to make it seem like their biggest antagonist is a heterosexual black man. And the last time I checked, they're not trying to compete against heterosexual black men. They're not trying to come in spaces with heterosexual. You don't see naturally born women who aspire to be men trying to go in there and take showers with naturally born men. But you see naturally born men who aspire to be a woman going into wanting to compete against women, even the boys, wrestling, sports. But you don't see women who are naturally born women who aspire to be men trying to go into those same spaces and compete against naturally born men. A genderless society does not harm black men. We're marginalized, but it doesn't harm heterosexual black men. That puts the bullseye on naturally born women. And here's another thing. When you look at trans individuals, most of them, not all, they're trying to emulate the worst of black women. Even gay white men try to emulate the worst of black women. I'm going to land my plane here. Intersectionality and identity politics is anti-foundational black. The gay agenda is anti-black. And I would say naturally born women. It's anti-black women. But one of their biggest advocates is naturally born women. And I'm going to land my plane here. They're not trying to replace heterosexual black men. They're trying to replace and usurp naturally born black women.
Mm. Yeah, that's interesting. Hey, mm,
Come
all
through,
right,
come through.
getting deep. B man, you can unmute yourself, bro. Can you hear us, B man?
Yeah, I was gonna say you just blew me away with that one because the brother Dilly Fuller was saying that the goal was to replace for the black male is to replace the vagina with the white man's anus. But the way that you just said it right there, unapologetically black, man, that's something to at least consider. And at the end of the day, when I'm thinking about, if there's any infighting and if there's any jealousy or hate from like the black male towards the gay man or something like that, like we probably 3 decades deep with it. We're straight across the board. However, you know, it could be where the dominant society has brought in those, um, those stereotypes or those fears that have them wanting to be shunned or shut up, where they don't want to come out and be about it. I mean, I'm not tripping if somebody's gay. The overall goal was black economic empowerment and trying to eliminate white supremacy. So, what it is, what you're doing, it has no effect Me, I mean, are you riding with me or are you not? That's what I gotta know.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's the that's what I'm saying. Y'all make it. And I feel like this space is very productive. If you guys want to hear this space later, like it's going to be recorded, so you guys can come back to my profile. Also, you can check me out on Afro Elite on YouTube. I record my spaces and I post them on YouTube. I should be posting one tonight actually too. Some of my pre-recorded spaces, so you guys can go check that out. The link is in my bio. Now, little little Timmy. You can unmute yourself.
Hey, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, brother.
Thanks. Appreciate it. It's been an interesting week. Yeah. All right. So when talking to other Black people about this, sometimes like everybody has different reactions and different understandings of things. But I feel like with intersectionality and things like that, I feel like as straight Black men, we kind of fail to recognize intersectionality as we should. So like being a gay Black man is there's a different set of struggles that they face compared to heterosexual Black men. Just the same way that like being someone that's like in a wheelchair and a Black man has a different set of struggles just in being like a bipedal Black man. You know what I'm saying? Um, and just to address unapologetic, is that his name? To address unapologetic's point about like the fear of trans women replacing cis women. Like I feel like earlier he was talking about how the worst cases of Black men get used against Black men. I feel like when you talk about athletes, the worst cases of trans women get used against cis women. I'm not saying that like trans women that are in sports are bad. I'm just saying you're using these fringe cases. Like out of all the women out there, all the trans women out there, like how many of them play sports competitively? I think it's very little. But fixating on the small bit of people playing sports, I feel like that's like not very productive when we're talking about like how to see the world and how to address certain issues within the world.
Mm, okay.
You mind if I respond?
I'm like, since he directed his question towards unapologetic, I'm gonna let him retort to him. Morgan, and then you can go right after that. Morgan, you can go right after that.
Right. And I'm gonna go back.
Unapologetic, you can go.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to what I was saying initially. Like I said, when we have these conversations, people who belong to dual allegiances, they come in and derail the conversation. And when they derail the conversation, the stories are anecdotal and the perspective is insular. They say I a lot. It's always about them, right? So you notice how I brought up not just one example. I brought up a multitude of examples. But no one has anybody who has opposed me. They didn't have anything to say when they talked about supposed heterosexual men who are down low, which is not all heterosexual, which is not probably a lot of heterosexual Black men. But that's one example that was used, right, to justify a gay agenda. Another one was Black men who harm or prejudice or bigots towards gay people. That was another example that was given. So I gave examples and others gave examples, but the ones I gave are insufficient. This is what I mean by when people come in with dual allegiances, right? They give anecdotal rhetoric and insularity. Everything that I talked about, you can look up. You can just Google trans convicts who are raping naturally born women, right? So are we going to be insensitive to those naturally born women who are actually getting raped because it's not a big percentage of the population? That's insensitive. But they want us to be respectful and receptive to their plight. But when you give examples as to how that deviant behavior is actually harmful to naturally born women, what do you hear? What do you see? Insensitivity. Let's not forget that there was a boy, last year, his second school, where he went into a bathroom this time and he sexually assaulted a girl at a school. This was the second school where the boy did it, and he said he was trans. I also brought up the massage part of the situation. Those situations happen to somebody. There's a victim in that scenario. How can we sit here and be insensitive? All I'm saying is this. America already has a rape culture. Why would we then advocate to put naturally born men in spaces originally designated for naturally born girls and women? Again, and I'm going to land my plane here and I'm done. You can't sit here and tell me that the gay agenda is not advocating for deviancy.
All right. I'm gonna need like 5 minutes to address everything, if that's all right, to the host. Okay, I'm assuming that's a yes. All right. So I'm gonna say something that I think you're gonna agree with, unapologetic. I think every black man on this space is gonna agree with this. It's something that my dad told me when I was a little kid. I was like fucking 5 or 6 when he said this shit. And he's like, yo, as an adult, like as a black man, sometimes you have to be the bigger person. Sometimes life's going to be unfair, but you still have to be magnanimous, which means good to others, benevolent to others, right? So even if you feel like there are certain people within the gay community and the queer community that you think do harm to other black people in our community, we can't operate on the fringes of that community. Like when you're talking about like some person that's trans and went inside of a bathroom and raped people, is that every trans person? No, I don't think you'd agree with that. So why even like make judgments based on a few anecdotes when we can just look at data and just go off of data, right? If we were to Google how many human beings on this planet are trans, how many people on this planet are intersex, I think 1% of human beings are intersex people, which belong in the trans community, right? So what is 1% of 8 billion people? What is 1% of 300 million Americans, right? That's a lot of fucking people. So we go off of, even if there's like 100 or 200 cases, which I don't think there is that many of trans people like raping women and shit like that, like that's the fringes of the fringe of the fringe. We can't judge how we see the world and view the world based off of super fringe cases, like less than 1%, less than less than even 1% of like all people in that community. That's messed up to me. That'd be like watching 9/11, be like, hey, I can't get on a plane, the plane's gonna crash for sure, you know? No, no, like we can't operate that way. So I highly encourage you just to like have more of an open mind. I'm not advocating for you to be trans or be queer or anything like that. I'm just advocating for you to be magnanimous to your brothers and sisters on this world. All right. And that's pretty much it. You had a few other things I forgot what you said, so I'm gonna cede the point on those because literally forgot a few things that you said that I wanted to address. You did this thing where you like mentioned like 8 different things I wanted to address, so I only had to attack like one or two.
Hey,
Okay.
FYI, anecdotal means an opinion absent of facts. Everything I stated can be looked up. That's why I asked the question.
Well,
Okay,
the
hold on.
word
Before we
anecdote
turn
means
this,
story.
hey, hold on. Before we turn this into like a both of you two speaking, there's some other people on here who've been requesting to speak and who've had their hand up for a little bit. Now, just like to be fair to everybody. You know what I'm saying? You two, and I will let you two to address each other a little bit later on, but I would like to be fair and let Moriegan, you can go, then Cosmic, you requested to speak for a little bit, and then Eric, you know. So we can go in that order. Moriegan, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, cool. I'm not going to speak for too long, but I want to say, yeah, I invite this discourse in terms of Lil Tim and unapologetic. Unapologetic. I hear everything you're saying, brother. It's a real thing, right? My dad was in the feds. He said he didn't like all these Latinos with this goddamn gay shit, right? And for me, working in kitchens, I saw what he was talking about, right? Like they rub each other's shoulders. They do a lot of shit that North American, United States of America men don't do. I don't think black or white. They just don't do these things, right? So
Mhm.
it gives an uncomfortable position in terms of the feds. It just does. Like, for me as a lesbian, right? You gotta understand. For me, it's like all this little like gay shit in terms of like men. It's like off putting for me. So I having a biased opinion, approaching this conversation because like I ain't even really trying to hear any of, this gay shit. But for me, I had my best friend, right? He taught me a lot, right? And I have my older sister, that's should be a candidate in terms of black family, right? She should be matched, but that's not a possibility. And like I said, I visited my father. I don't know if y'all understand that, but I'm gonna turn this down. I visited my father in the federal system, right? And what I saw within the jails, right, when I'm in the visiting rooms, like, they're very attractive black men, right, that are locked up, very attractive. I'm gonna emphasize that because that's where I saw, right. So for me, the game is rigged in terms of what's out here and in terms of what's in there. So my focus is always on liberating our people in these jails. So, because these men that we're talking about in obscurity are the great equalizers to, I think, this conflict within black men and black women. So I just got to say that. I can say, from what I saw, they're very attractive black men. And when I look on the streets, they're lacking. I just gotta say that because from my view, that's a real thing, right? So for me, it's like, yo, the game is tainted. It just is. So it's a lot of dualities, a lot of nuance in this conversation. So as about now, I'm going to exit out of any kind of targeted goal. I don't really like to be neutral in this conversation, but I think there's a lot of people on here that will draw from the neutrality that I bring. But like, I just got to say what I got to say. The game is rigged, right? And we're talking about our people within those jails and the cookies that I think the black women have to give out. The game is rigged from that. So I'm just going to draw from that. There's a lot of attractive black men within these jail systems that aren't a factor because they're locked up. But if you were to open the gates, nonviolent offenders specifically, I think that a lot of these motherfuckers, I'm just, keeping the layman's terms, what, be hard pressed to stand their ground if you throw them into the equation. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay.
All right, before we move forward, I'm sorry to interrupt and shit, but I got one
Who
question.
was saying that? Oh, Johnny. Okay.
Have you ever met a down low black American? Because every black American man I meet that's gay is openly gay.
I have, like, because y'all got to understand, like, they play certain places in certain fronts. So, a feminine black American man, right? But they dress in a way where it's presenting that they're straight in a way, right? And down low niggas like those kind of gay niggas specifically, which is my best friend for a certain reason, because they can go out in public, they can meet and greet and do all that gay shit with them without giving the optics of them being as gay as they are. So, if you want to ask me that, like, I've seen it for sure.
Oh,
I
okay. I'm just
down low
asking
too.
because, like,
Okay. Let's let some of the other people speak real quick. Cosmic, you can unmute yourself. Cosmic Human.
Hello?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I was having issues. That's why I kept dropping out. But this is actually my first time speaking in a Twitter space. But I just wanted to say, in reference to like gay people in our community, I think a big thing that could really help the situation is addressing, I guess, setting boundaries. Like I don't know how to really, I don't know if that's ever been addressed, like setting boundaries to like straight people and LGBT people, because it seems like if you do try to set boundaries, like they jump to like, oh, you just homophobic if you don't let them touch you, or if they approach you and you just let them know I'm not down with that. At least that's been some things that I've seen, and I feel like sometimes some black men do react violently to that because they feel disrespected. And it's similar to like a woman who's being like pursued by a man she has no interest in, and them inappropriately touching them, slapping him. I'm not saying this is what usually happens, but I feel like how to set mutual boundaries with each other can really help us move forward from that issue. And that's all I really wanted to say for now.
Yeah, yeah, I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has their own specific boundaries. Everybody has things that they prefer not to do based off of your relations, like your relationship with other people. So if you're like, hey, I'm not really much of a, don't touch me, you know what I'm saying, or don't say this around me, don't joke like this, you know, that should be respected. You know what I'm saying? Eric, you can unmute yourself. You can speak.
Hi, thank you. So I've been, and thank you, Afro for allowing me to speak as well.
Uh,
I've been kind of in and out of this space, kind of just listening in while doing other things. And I, while I can understand and have taken the time to understand for about 3 weeks now, why is it straight people who are in these Twitter spaces have such very eccentric opinion about LGBTQ people and Black LGBTQ people specifically. I don't understand why people, because there's a lot of incoherent and not well thought out arguments. And like people have been bringing up pedophilia and linking pedophilia between that and homosexuality, which is classically homophobic. That's the oldest homophobic trope in the book. People are saying that
excuse me. Hey,
homos-
somebody in here with a naked picture. Hey, dude. Hey,
no,
we not having that.
I heard what was said, and as Little Tim mentioned, you're using anecdotal evidence and using the link between pedophilia and being gay, which is two very distinctive things, and trying to synonymize them into this one concoction of this is what being LGBTQ is. I know what's being said. I'm not stupid. So for people to make that claim and make that statement, and then when a gay person or gay people tell you that's not how gay people, what gay people do, that is an obvious sexual deviant and an obvious person who is sick and is using the guise of LGBTQism, and you're unable to make that distinction, that's where the issue lies. Because now you're putting people like me, you're putting people like, you know, other Black LGBTQ people, you're putting us in this really, really, really hard state, because now when people hear your message, people are going to associate being gay, or if I walk into a bathroom and a child just so happens to be there, I'm going to be associated with a pedophile, and I'm just going to use the damn bathroom. So
Eric,
that's not fair.
Eric, can you tell us your age? You know,
I'm
just
I
Who's
don't I
who's?
don't
Oh, that's
prefer I
Rosie.
prefer not to express my age. I don't
okay.
think that's I don't want to disclose my age to you guys. But I'm just saying that that's just one thing that I've noticed, and you know, I'm just going off of what I'm been experiencing and what's being said.
Right, Eric.
Um,
So I asked
mhm.
you your age because I want to bring some type of nuance to this conversation. I told him like I'm a elder in the LGBTQ realm, right? So some things I'm going to I'm going to ignore, bypass, and also because I understand my community fully, right? So if you say your age, that'll bring some nuance to this conversation, if you will. And that doesn't diminish your stance, but they have to understand the levels of black LGBTQ.
I prefer not to disclose my age in this. Not just because of
No
you,
problem.
but because of people, other people. People tend to exploit people's ages and use that as a reason why people's points are invalid. So, um, the only thing that I want to mention, and again, I'm not disrespecting anybody. I'm not trying to, and if I am, I apologize. It's not my intention. My intention is my whole thing about this thing is I've been hearing a lot of talk amongst many different people about Black LGBTQ people, the conversation about intersectionality, the conversation about the dynamics between Black LGBTQ people and the greater of the Black community. And a lot of the points that have been mentioned are farce points. A lot of the points are not, one, they're dangerous to people like myself, because I have to walk outside and I have to carry the stigma that you inflict upon me with your words, whether you admit it or not. And two, it's very otherizing when people make blanket statements about Black people who are LGBTQ, and not subscribing to the movement, but who are a part of the moniker, who are one of the letters, and puts us in a state of, okay, we feel like we can't go to the Black. We're trying to come to the Black community for support and to try to be one, and we're trying to be Black first. I'm Black first. I'm Black first always and always will be. But at the same time, when I'm coming to the Black community for support and I'm giving my opinion independent of sexuality, the first thing I'm told is my point is invalid because I'm gay. I can't contribute to the Black community because I can't have kids. I'm not going to get married to a woman. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. So your point is invalid. You're canceled. Sit down. End of conversation. And I feel like that's kind of what's being presented now. And that's my main issue with this whole thing.
Mind if I speak?
Yeah, let me just make my point clear, because I know Eric, you was this is me coming from me personally. um I don't have a problem with, as long as, like I said before, and I'm gonna let unapologetic go. As long as you're on code, that's the main point to me, because every day I wake up thinking, okay, what can I do to help fight against white supremacy? What can I do to help my people get into a better position or whatever? So if you tell me, Eric, if you was to hit me up and say, hey, I know this politician who's really advocating for black first, a black first agenda or whatever, and he's up here and he's talking black first and he's doing what he has to do, or whatever, but you say, oh well, he's bisexual, he's gay or something like that. I'm all like, as long as he's black first, hey, ain't no problem with it then. If you black first, like for instance Marion Barry, we didn't care what Marion Barry was doing behind closed doors, because he was doing what he had to do for the benefit of black people, of his people,
Afro.
and that's
He
all I
was
care
gay?
about. No, Marion Barry wasn't gay,
Okay.
but I'm talking about the affair that brought up. The affair of, I guess him sleeping with that woman, and people's all like, we don't give a damn about that, man. He's been helping us out. I'm not saying Marion Barry was gay. I don't want anybody to think that. But I'm just saying we don't care what's going on behind closed doors, or I personally don't care what's going on behind closed doors, as long as you putting in the work for your people and there's not some type of secret pivot coming in the future. You know what I'm saying?
But
Unapologetic,
Afro,
you can go.
Thank you.
Afro, can I
So
just
I
ask you
agree. I agree,
what?
Afro. I agree with everything Afro just said. I agree with everything he just said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if you're pitching or catching. I tell anybody this. Live your truth. I don't give a shit about what you do in your bedroom. I'm not here to tell you what color to make your bathroom. Since I've been coming off the mic, before I say this, I don't care what I say makes anyone feel on this stage. I don't give a F. Since I've been speaking, I've been talking at the macro and at the lowest, the mesio level. I do not come down to the to the micro to speak. So an individual responded to me with an insulary rhetoric or anecdotal stories. That tells me you don't even understand the context of the conversation that I'm trying to have. So there's an organization called NABLA. And NABLA is National North American Man Boy Love Association. This is an organization that literally advocates for pedophilia. And in 1993, the International Lesbian and Gay Association absorbed NABLA into it. I already brought up the 1972 letter advocating for pedophilia that was written to the Democratic Convention in Florida. The architect for advocating for pedophilia rights belonged to the LGBT community. Her name was called Kate Millett. She was also a white feminist. And this is why I brought up the letter M. When you see the M added to that acronym, it's the advocate. I'm talking about the gay agenda. They're advocating also for gay rights and pedophilia rights. Also, if you look at the templates of the sexual liberation movement, which they say was for women, but when you look at the templates, it says premarital sex, homosexuality, pornography, masturbation, and guess what else, everyone? Alternative forms of sexuality. Now, if they're already advocating for homosexuality, then what do you think alternative forms of sexuality means? Again, I am talking at the macro, very least, mesio level. I am not talking at the micro level, which is where the individual resides. I do not care if you're pitching or catching. And I land my plane.
Okay. Okay. Eric, I think you wanted to ask me a question, and let me between Cosmic and Moriegan, who had their hand up first? It was you, Moriegan, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
Cosmic can go.
No. Okay. All right. Eric, you had a question or a statement?
I did. I would like for you to articulate to me what the code is.
Um. Okay. Well, right now, I'm gonna say for right now because I feel like the code should be more on a unspoken thing. Like white supremacists don't talk about openly on platforms. This is the white supremacist code. You know what I'm saying? So there's some. The code is something that kind of shouldn't be like on a big platform broadcast thing like that. But I'm gonna say right now we're as far as the black agenda, we're really pushing forward for black economic prosperity, and we're really on a black fighting for black reparations, slavery reparations, specifically for the descendants of American slaves. So um I feel like that's like the part one or this first step as to our global thing. I mentioned this one post. Let me actually put this on the jumbotron by our brother, the Black Authority, where he was talking about a Black Marshall Plan, and he wrote it down. He had this like agenda platform thing, and he had it down in very good detail. So that's something that we should be fighting for too. But right now we're really making headway, and we're really building momentum on black reparations. So that's kind of like that's the goal right now. You know, you hit the goal, then you move on to the next one. To answer your question, and this ain't a gay, straight, or nothing. This is, you know, for everybody. Cosmic, you can unmute yourself.
I guess I was just gonna touch on the point that unapologetic made. Because I heard what Eric was saying, and I was just thinking, like, although it may seem like fringe and stuff, even though I feel like maybe that's debatable, I don't know. But I feel like what's the answer then to just not address it because people might put you in the same group? Because I don't think anybody said that you're all doing this. I don't think anybody put a percentage on it. But I feel like if it's micro or macro, if it's harmful, it should be addressed, you know. But that's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
If you're making a macro level statement, then it encompasses a general population of people. That's what macro level means. So yes, it is a general
Was he
statement.
making a macro
Conflating.
statement though?
He just explained that he was.
I
He said it
clearly
was a.
was
He
talking
said
about the
meso.
agenda.
He
I
said
clearly
macro
said
level.
movement. I said that's where the agenda is at. It's at the macro agenda and movement. When you say
Right.
I,
So
you're at the
So
micro. We're
their
not talking
their
about
right.
the
agenda,
same
So
thing.
not the
when you're talking
people.
about NAMBLA and you're talking about this organization, which by the way is a dead organization and has been since the 90s, and
Did you
the
say NABLA was a
lesbian
gay
the
organization?
it pretty much is a dead organization. I know that this happened. I
Did you
know that
say
there's a
dead or gay?
I
I
know
can't
that
hear you.
there I said dead.
Okay.
I know that there is a prevalent movement in Europe, especially in Eastern and Western Europe, of people advocating for pedophilia. I know
Could you tell
that
the room what happened in '93 with the International Lesbian and Gay Organization? Did they absorb NABLA?
they did. Well, a lot of conservative groups were pushing this narrative that they were, and actually it lost its observer status in the United Nations Economic and Social
Right.
Council
But
because
they
of that
absorbed them, right?
conflation.
They absorbed them. They let them in, right? Could you explain to the room the advocacy of Kate Millett, who was a white feminist and the architect of the pedophilia rights?
Well, I know that she was one of those people that was pushing this notion that, like, making arguments for pedophilia,
Mm-hmm.
and I, I'm assuming that she happened to be lesbian. Is that what you're saying?
She was a white feminist and she was a lesbian. Could you also explain to the room the significance of her book, Sexual Politics?
I can't articulate the vast significance of it, no, but I get what you're trying to say.
That's in her book. She was advocating for pedophiles.
Right, which is right. I understand that.
So this whole time I've been talking, I kept saying agenda and movement.
Hmm.
One more
I
thing.
then started talking about organizations. I never talked about a gay individual.
No,
Yeah.
this is the point that I'm trying to make, because I understand where you're coming from, but the point that I'm trying to make is it's strategic, and I understand what you're trying to do. You're saying that it's organizational, and you're talking about NAMBLA, and you're talking about the LGBTQ people that were advocating for have been advocating for pedophilia. That's the conflation that I'm talking about. When
It's
you
not a conflation when it happened.
we're all academics. We can all speak to, and we're all intelligent people in this room. We can all speak to the nuances and the distinctions between different groups and how dangerous it is of conflating the two groups.
I
But
didn't
there are a
conflate
lot of
anything.
but you didn't have to say I'm conflating LGBTQ people with
I didn't
pedophilia.
conflate anything.
The implication is in what you said and the proximity of your words.
What I
When you
talked
put
about,
in this,
it happened.
you know full well that inserting in the
Everything
same
that I said,
sentence.
you can go research. It happened.
I'm looking at it now. I've been researching it from the time that it was brought up, and I've known
Oh,
and I've
this
understood.
man.
But
Are you aware that gay people now get reparations? Are you okay with that?
no, they don't get reparations, and I take umbrage
Oh
with
my
you
God.
saying that, because they don't.
They don't get reparations.
What you're referring to? No, because you can look this up as well. What you're
I can
referring
play the
to,
video right now where the brother goes line by line.
what you're referring to is a bill that was passed by Biden a couple of weeks ago
Uh-huh.
that gave payouts to widowed gay couples whose
Uh-huh.
spouses died because they were not able to collect a marriage license. So their
That's
insurance
$1,850 is
did not
reparations.
pay their insurance company. Do you know that spousal insurance payouts are in the tens of thousands?
You
And
do
these
know that
people,
some of these people that's about to get a check never got married, right? Our arbitrator is
because
going to
they were
determine if
because
they
they
would
were
have
not, that's
stayed,
the
if they would
point.
have got married or stayed married.
They were not able to get married. That's the
How do you
point. They
determine if
were not,
people would have had a fruitful marriage that never got married?
because they lived civil unions until their spouse died. That's how.
They even said they didn't even have to live in civil union. This is in writing.
Yeah,
Okay, man.
they were denied marriage licenses. Am I missing something? Because I just
So
explained to you
are you an advocate for that? You think that's a good idea for
can
them to
you
get
allow me to finish my
reparations
can you allow me to
over
finish my point?
black
Because
people?
I was being respectful to you, and I was allowing you to talk.
Okay.
So, because you
I
keep
told y'all
throwing
about
out
them dual allegiances. I told y'all.
because you don't do personal attacks. Don't do
Hey,
that.
let's
What I'm
yeah, come on, let's keep this space respectful, and I encourage people to have a dialogue, but you know what I'm saying? I just want this to be, we've been respectful for hours now. I don't want this to turn into anybody like throwing personal shots or.
But technically, Afro, he started when he first came out the mic throwing shots at what I said. And
I
thank
didn't make
God
a
this
personal
conversation.
attack
Hold on.
towards you, though. I
Thank
didn't
God this
personally attack
conversation. Hold on,
you.
hold on, stop. Thank God this conversation was recorded.
Yeah, it will be recorded, and you'll see how I never personally attacked you.
When you first came off the
I
mic, you
attacked
was
your point.
responding to what I said.
I took umbrage with your point,
Got
not
you.
your personhood.
With
That's the
with
difference
ad hominem attacks. But okay, go ahead.
of your point, not your personhood.
I didn't say
So
anything about you. I said do allegiances. I didn't say anything about you.
okay, so anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is because now you've broken a piece of ice as it pertains to reparations, and I'm explaining to you that the bill that was passed made it possible for payouts to be given to widows of gay couples whose spouses died because they were denied marriage licenses and were unable to collect spousal insurance when their husbands or wives died. That's why they got the payouts that they did. And even then, they got a 16th, a
If they never
fraction
got
of
married,
what
how
they
were they
were due,
spouses?
because they were denied marriage
But they
licenses.
never got
Are you
married. So
missing
how was
that?
they spouses?
Eric,
Because they
I
were
mean,
Eric,
they were
Eric,
de-
Spouses ain't
they
never
hold on,
were
Eric,
hold on.
they were
Eric, Eric.
denied
Can
marriage
can
licenses.
I ask you a question? Right? Who do these people fall in the category?
Who
Are
are
they
these
white?
people?
Are they black?
They're a myriad of people. They're white, black, and
But,
different.
okay, let me ask you this one question, Eric, and I'm just listening. I'm not trying to like bash on anybody. I'm listening, and then I feel like we should let some of the other people, because some people just requested to speak. Some people had their hand up for a minute, but I enjoy the dialogue, so I want you guys to kind of like hold your thoughts. But in the beginning of the space, I think you, Eric, was in a different space. I think I saw you in a different space. We were
Mm-hmm.
talking about there's a difference between how the black LGBT are treated versus the white LGBT. Now, when
I
it
heard
comes
you.
to this bill about them getting this reparations, right? Um, let's just be real. Black LGBT couples are not going to be able to they're going to try to qualify for it, but all of this money and benefit, they claim LGBT, but this is going to disproportionately go to the white LGBT couples. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's kind of, I feel like that's a very important thing to factor in. All of the benefits and set asides that they claim, oh, this is for the LGBT, and they'll have black LGBT people saying, okay, well, fine, good, this is finally something we deserve, but it doesn't really apply to you. They don't have to say white only LGBT. They'll just say LGBT and then not give it to black people. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but here's my thing. Here's my thing about it. And I'm not saying that you're coming off disingenuous, but there's a lot of people within our community who are making this point to make the notion that we should not that black people should not be in allyship with black LGBTQ people because you're not going to get anything anyway. And that's the issue that's what I take umbrage with. I wasn't here for the whole entire time that you mentioned it, but I was here when it was presented in conversation about how white LGBTQ and black LGBTQ people were treated differently. And in the space that I was in, they were doing nothing but talking about that topic. So again, as a black person who is gay, who is gender nonconforming, whatever you want to call it, I know full well that within the LGBTQ community, the white LGBTQ people are disproportionately benefited and black LGBTQ people are disproportionately oppressed. I 100% understand that. No one's disputing that point. The issue that I am presenting is that when we as black LGBTQ people come to the table and say, listen, we're here to fight for justice for black people. We're here to fight for, fight against white supremacy. We're here for the cause. We're here to advance the black movement. And when I try to do that, I am always pushed to the side because of this. And that's why I asked you about on code, because there's a lot of people that the notion of on code includes getting a wife and having children. And as we know, as a black gay person, I am not going to have a wife. I'm going to have a husband and I'm going to have children. And for the mere fact that I'm going to be married to a same gender, that I am disqualified from serving in the movement, I take issue with that. And for everybody to paint this notion out that we as black gay people are crazy because we're saying that we're coming to the table, and you're unwilling to accept us as we are, where do I go then? I can't go to the LGBTQ community and feel welcome. I can't come to the black community and feel welcome. So where do I stand? Where do I fall?
Okay, well,
No one
I
said
think there's a
that's
few
that's
no
a
one
good
parts to
said
point.
it.
That's the
That's a
status for
good point.
medical
It's not
no
all
one
Let
groups.
said
me
is
be
hold
gay
on,
careful.
people.
hold on. Let's relax a little bit because this space is being recorded and the people listening to the space, they can't understand what's going on if everybody's speaking at the same time. So that's why people have their hands up and then people say what they want to say. I have some things to say, but I'm gonna allow the people to have their hands up, and then there's people who just requested to speak. So you know what I'm saying. Uh, Moriega, I think you're I don't know why you're saying connecting. You can unmute yourself. Okay, well Moriegan is having some technical issues right now. When she gets that fixed, she can come on and speak. But little Timmy, you can unmute yourself. Little Timmy, can you hear us? You can unmute yourself if you're still there.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm walking outside. I'm at the gym. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. Um, well, as we're waiting on little Timmy to come in, um, I believe, man, I'm so bad at pronouncing names, y'all. Y'all gonna think I don't even know English. Um, let's see. Let's have you requested to speak. Nadia.
Yeah, that's Nadia.
Nadia. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, good evening. So I'm an ally. I'm not LGBTQ that I know of. I was just curious a question. What about reparations in terms of people of mixed descent?
Well, reparations. What do you mean? Reparations would go specifically because this is specific slave descendant reparations. So reparations would go exclusively to the people who can trace their ancestry back to American chattel slavery.
Okay, so even if, like, let's just say the person like me, I have roots in the States. Obviously, they got transported from Africa to the States, but um, I'm half Indian because of indentured labor. What about that? Is there going to be some kind of a blood test or something?
Okay, well, can you so one of your parents are a descendant of American slaves?
Yeah,
Is either your mother or your father? Okay,
mother's side, maternal.
okay. Well, if you can trace your family lineage back to the killing fields of American slavery, then and you can trace, I think someone said the 1820 census. If you can trace your family lineage back to the 1820 census and it says Negro on it, then
Hmm.
that means that you're a descendant of an American slave. So you would qualify for that.
And
Now, you wouldn't qualify if your parents came here after slavery. If your
no.
parents immigrated from here after slavery, even if they were black, you wouldn't qualify for that.
Well, they fought for
So,
the British actually, and yeah, they
okay,
they
well, if they
got
fought for
out
the
of
British, they
Dodge.
definitely foundational Black American.
Yeah, they decided to fight for the British, and they got out of Dodge, and So I also wanted to ask. I forgot my other question, but yeah, I'm living in Canada right now. Just of course, researching my roots, family roots, and it's been really hell, needless to say. So, like, how would somebody lobby to help this movement if they're not in the continental United States? Thanks for letting me speak.
I mean, well, thank you for asking a question. And this is a little off topic, but it's very, very important to address this subject. So that's why I'm addressing it. If you want, you can help the movement anywhere you are. You can be a voice for the movement. You can back up and support the people who are advocating on the ground. Just because everybody's not on the ground doing the actual physical work, don't mean that you can't be a part of the movement. You know what I'm saying? Where you are, you can link up with other descendants of slaves, and you can start something in Canada or wherever you are. You can voice your opinions and your grievances online. Um, you know what I'm saying? You can support other black businesses, and you can support different people who do advocate for it. You know what I'm saying? This goes for, you don't necessarily have to be in America to fully support. You can support to the best extent that you can everywhere. You can put people in check who are the reparation naysayers, because they're everywhere. So you can always put them in check, and you can link up and try to start a movement in Canada. Because I
Appreciate
know
it.
other foundational Black Americans who live in Canada as well. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
we got
saying?
moved around a lot, so that's why I'm asking you. I appreciate you touching on that topic.
No problem, no problem. How do we? Let me see.
I'm out of the gym now. I can talk.
Timmy, all right.
All right, perfect. All right, to address the reparations thing for couples that who had a partner or a spouse, not spouse, my bad, a partner die before they can get married, and only getting, what was that, like 1850, like $1,850
And half of the deceased,
for
uh,
for having a dead spouse is less than $2,000. You can't even buy a car with that.
no, they get the half. They get the half of the deceased supposed spouse.
So they get half of 1850.
They get 1850 plus half of the deceased potential spouse.
Oh, okay, okay. 1850 plus half. I'm okay. Anyway, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. All right. America is one of the richest countries in the world. All right. Like, let's not discount the hard work that our ancestors, the hell that our ancestors went through, the amount of black inventors, scholars, military men, business entrepreneur people, musicians, anyone that generated capital for this country that got usurped by the company, but got usurped by this country is like tax policies and things like that. Let's not discount how much money America has. America has the money for that, for reparations to the gay community. as well as reparations for the black community as well. All right, like we have the bans. All right, we have that. I don't like this crabs in the bucket mentality because we're like black people going against gay people going against black people. That's two different crabs in a bucket. All right, like we're both different marginalized communities. Sometimes I know there's a little bit of a sway where some of us are in multiple communities, but like let's not discount it. That's not productive. Is that productive? I don't think that's productive.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me see. Um, B man, you can you had your
Hey,
hand up. You can
hey,
request to speak.
hey, Timmy. Well, I was gonna say something, but Timmy, are you a foundational Black American?
I am. I am. My ancestors have been here for centuries. I can trace my ancestry back to the state of Georgia and Carolina and Louisiana.
Okay. Well, the reason why I was just asking
I just
was,
sound like this. I sound weird. I know.
no, not even that. It was just, just your angle on what you were saying that, there's enough for all that are around and everything else. We've been under this subjugation for over 400 years. I don't, quite honestly, I don't understand how any other group would take president over us. So I was just curious to know on what your stance was. But Eric, back to your
Yeah,
point.
that's right. That's a good question, B man. I don't understand it either. We look? Reparations should not even be a topic of discussion anymore. This should have been something that should have been settled over 100 years ago, but it still hasn't. That's why we're talking about it now, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, I totally agree with you. I really do feel like if they paid out like they should have and like they said they would back during the Reconstruction era, then yeah, we wouldn't have this pain point of different communities, different marginalized communities getting paid before we do. It's not their fault. It's just the fault of how the country is. And it's something that I look forward to fixing.
And then Eric, I just wanted to let you know that with where we're coming at right now, the number one thing, the most important thing right now is Black economic empowerment. So I think you had asked the question, where did you lie in between this and that you were B1? That's the most first and foremost thing that is pressing right now that we as a group need.
So if that is so pressing, then why is it that if I were to get married to another man, y'all would take such umbrage with that?
I don't know where that came from.
It came from the foundational Black American movement.
Okay. Here's the thing.
Bed the pillars of the things that you guys advocate, to be quite honest with you. It comes from a lot of the men within your movement. And I'm not saying this to be bitter or facetious. I'm saying this because it's an actual fact that people cannot ignore.
How many people in here got to tell you that we don't care what you do with your life, who you deal
But
with,
we're
what
not
you
a
do?
monolith
How many
either,
people
so
got to tell you that for
You
you?
can say that.
I think there's a lot of projecting going on
I'm
because
sorry.
we're being accused of stuff that myself and Afro told you we don't care, and yet we're still being accused of things that others have said. No one said you can't join a pro-black movement, but
it's
we were
kind of
accused of saying
conflation.
it. No one has said that a gay person cannot join a black movement, but yet we were accused of saying it. No one on here said it. If that's not projecting, I don't know what it is.
It's not a projection. It's a very real concern that's being raised by a lot of people. And I'm bringing light to this
We're
that
saying you guys, and we're
can
telling
I,
you you
can
can join.
I
We're telling you we don't care what you do with your life. Live your truth.
Let me address something. Let me address something real quick. Like how Timmy, the brother Timmy, was talking about how America has enough money to pay reparations towards the black people, black, foundational Black Americans and the LGBT. First off, we're specifying the LGBT as if that America will be fair to the black LGBT. Anytime the dominant society says LGBT, just know they have a white written in invisible ink right in front of the LGBT. They don't apply to help black LGBT people. And when we have people who say, "Yeah, I'm black first and I'm all for reparations and economic empowerment," but then you also advocate for other people's economic empowerment. You're advocating for these reparations that will barely, if at all, apply to black LGBT. The whole thing that Biden administration just passed, that will not apply to black LGBT couples. That's going to apply to white LGBT couples. Now, they can't say that, but that's how it's going to be applied. Just like with stop and frisk. They didn't say stop and frisk was a black thing. They just applied it that way. So we have to know when it comes to these benefits and things like that, if they can positively affect somebody, there is dominant society is going to disproportionately use that to help white people. If it can negatively affect somebody, the dominant society is going to use that to affect black people. So when it comes to the reparations bill, whether it's about you get it if you're gay, you get it if this, the bottom line is they not giving it to black people at all. So we got LGBT black people fighting for white LGBT people to get money. And that's the thing. We need the black LGBT people to understand that just because they have a LGBT fight or LGBT right or anything like that, that doesn't apply to you. They don't view you the same way that they view the white LGBT. But they'll just say LGBT, but so you will feel like it applies to you. Just like how they'll say people of color or they'll say minority, and black people feel like, okay, well, that applies to me too, but it'll disproportionately help Hispanics. It'll disproportionately help Asian people. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I have to say about this.
Well, you're preaching to the choir because I mean, I know that I'm in this. Like, I am again for the entire room. I'm black and I'm also gay. So I've had physical interactions with white gay people, physical interactions with white trans people. I've been discriminated against at pride events. I've been discriminated against at bars. Like, this is not nothing new. And that's what I keep wanting to let y'all know. Like, you're preaching to the choir when it comes to this stuff. My main concern is, and perhaps I'm not articulating myself well enough. So just allow me the moment to just better articulate what's going on and what my concern is. I am fully aware that white LGBTQ people push policies that overwhelmingly support white LGBTQ people. Okay? I understand that many of the people that serve in Congress, many of the people that serve in state Senate houses that are transgender, that are gay, bisexual, lesbian, queer, intersexual, whatever, and are white, are going to push policies that overwhelmingly benefit the white majority of LGBTQ people. I understand that. In the same breath, I have been on Spaces, and I'm just going to bring it to Spaces, for about 3 weeks now. And you guys are a part of the FBA movement. The main rhetoric that I've heard from the FBA movement is that we as Black LGBTQ people do not have a place or a dog in the fight because we are not ingrained in traditional values, that we can't procreate with other women, that we're not gonna have a traditional household and advance the Black community via the Black line, the lineage, the legacy. Okay? That is the rhetoric that is coming directly from members of your organization and is an overwhelming majority of them. It's
Okay, can I
pretty much
okay, let me speak on that, and then a lot of people had their hands up. Um we're not like an organization. FBA, Foundation Black Americans, is a lineage. It's not like an organization where you have to sign up and get approved of. So your FBA, whether what you're saying makes sense or not. I will speak for myself because I don't know what spaces you've been on, and I'm not trying to deny what you've been through. I will speak for myself, and B-Man has said this himself too. If you're on code, your sexuality is not important to us. If
I
you're
said it
on
as well.
code, that's what it means. Now you will have some other people who are Foundational Black American means you're just a descendant of American slaves. It's not something that you can be given or stripped away from.
Mhm.
So I can't speak for everybody when I say that. The movement still stays the same. When Asians have their movement, you have infighting in the movement, but the movement stays the same regardless.
Mhm.
I want you to feel like you have if you are, I don't know if you are, but if you
I,
are a foundational Black American,
Fairfax,
you
yeah.
being gay has nothing to, that doesn't strip you from reparations.
Mhm.
Okay, and that just shouldn't strip you from economic prosperity. You know what I'm saying? Like I said multiple times in the space, we are all in this together, whether we want to be in it or not. You can be on cold with it, or you can be off cold with it, but we in this together regardless. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but this is my issue. It's like it's not. I'm telling you, there's a discrepancy within people that are carrying the moniker. A vast majority of them, and it's like and perhaps we can have this conversation off of this kind of space. I don't want to take over like the whole entire space about this one subject, but and we talked about before how we would like to have a conversation, a cohesive discussion about this topic, because I
Mhm.
feel like when we get into spaces, other people get involved, it gets convoluted, things get aggressive, and it's not productive. But I'll just leave with this because I have to go. I understand what you're saying. I'm not discrediting what you're saying. And individually, you're absolutely right. You don't give off homophobic vibes to me, Afro Lee, and I want to make that vehemently clear. Unapologetically, you don't give off homophobic, though you've said a lot of questionable things. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of people within this space that share sentiments that are not conducive of the whole. And what I'm saying is instead, and every time that I bring it up and I call it out, instead of that being engaged with and addressed, it's dismissed to, oh, it's only those people over there that are about it. If you're on code, if you're for the black movement, if you're this and you're that, then you have a welcome space here. Well, everybody else is not telling me that. So who's to say
I
what?
mean, I don't know who
Join the ones that you're
I don't know who
welcoming.
you're
That's
No
what I'm
one
doing.
said it
thinking
in
of.
here. No one said it in here. This is where you're at right now.
I
This is
understand.
why I brought up projecting, my brother.
It's not projecting though.
You're accusing people in here who have nothing to do with what you're talking about.
This entire space is called the problem with intersectionality in Black society, and it was headed off by talking.
Where does it say anything about homosexuality in that title?
The space was okay. We're not gonna act. We're not gonna do that. Okay.
I wasn't in those rooms you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking. I wasn't in there.
Most of
And I address
because you're
that
not
the
listening.
problem isn't necessarily somebody's sexuality. And I'm saying the problem is the mentality that the dominant society confuses black people with intersectionality.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. I'm not. I'm just gonna go ahead and head out because I have to go. Thank you so much. We can have another conversation about it another time. You guys have a great night.
No, you too, man. You too. And hopefully we will, because I think that, you know, conversations like this is because we have to get on code, whether we, disagree on certain things or agree. Being on code is the most important thing. So any space that we can get on that can kind of defuse some tension or bring clarity to some confusion is very important. So I appreciate, and I'm pretty sure all of the speakers here do appreciate you getting on and you voicing your thoughts and opinions on this subject. I know I do. I'll say that.
And can't speak
You know
for
what
all,
I'm saying?
but I appreciate you. Thank you, and have a good night.
Absolutely. Nah, that was good. Eric, you had that thing up the other day. I was listening to Afro Elite, and I think that we definitely need to have these conversations.
Most definitely, I'm definitely open to it. And again, I'm not. I don't want to come off as like that one person that I'm acting out of emotion or being aggressive. It's just something that I'm passionate about. So if I get a little bit, kind of spirited in my discussion, then I apologize. But I would love to continue to have the conversation in a calm, cohesive, productive manner. And I'm always open to it. So if you want to put it together, if Vincent, you want to come, even unapologetically, if you want to come as well, I'm open to it.
Okay. And then we can, because this wasn't the intersectionality wasn't necessarily specified about the black LG. It's not like this was the total conversation. So we can have one specifically addressing that specific conversation.
Mm-hmm.
We can set that up.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. You have a good one, man.
Keep in touch. You as well.
All right.
Can I ask a question, Afro?
Yeah, real quick, and then I'm gonna let what's it call it? The sister with the upside down face. But unapologetic, you can ask your question real quick.
Right. I said this earlier. I brought up dual allegiances. I brought up identity politics and intersectionality being anti-foundational black. I also asked the room who came off the mic and divulged that they were heterosexual. Who came off the mic that's talking about a black code and said, I advocate for black men or black women or just heterosexuals. Everybody who came off the mic on code said that they advocate for black people. And the last time I checked, black gay people were black.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, maybe he I will say some of the things he was saying I felt like came from other different spaces, and like some of the talking, I like when he would say these things. I'm not trying to be dismissive of what he's saying, but I don't know some of the people he said who said these things, and I wasn't in some of the spaces, so I can't. I mean, and I'm not trying to say he was lying about it, but I mean, there's nothing that I can address if I don't know the people, and there's really nothing that I can do about that except say that that's not the way I operate, and that's not the way we should operate. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I
Um,
pointed that out. That no one in here said that. Not even you, me, no one. No one said what he was saying. That didn't happen in here. Everybody was talking about black people as a whole. That would include gay black people.
yeah, exactly. Upside down face. What's your name? I don't know if you would like to be called that, but you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'd like to just remain anonymous. I don't have like any of my like names or anything on my like Twitter account, but I'm gonna like just like let the conversation continue to roll, and just like hear what everyone has to say, because I feel like it can be divisive with intersectionality. And this is just coming from the perspective of me being a woman and also being bisexual and Black. So I think it's more so skewed as far as like what is like apparent or like outward forms of oppression in specific ways. And I don't know if certain things being like interpreted because of that. So I mean, I just would prefer to like listen for now, I guess, and then I guess chime in later.
Okay, all right then. Let me see who had their thing up. Sherry DC. I think you had your hand up, and then the hard black truth. So Sherry DC, you can mute yourself.
Afro Elite.
Can
I
you hear
just
me
gotta say,
okay?
you know she a
Sure,
pretendian.
DC. And oh my God, get the fuck out of here. Anyway,
Uh,
can you hear me okay? I got my AirPods
For
on.
real,
yeah.
don't do that.
Anyway,
She a
ain't heard
fucking
my voice in
pretendian.
months. This bitch been thirsting to hear
Hold
my
on, hold
goddamn
on.
voice. Anyway, that's not what this space is about. I
Let
want to comment on the
everybody
topic.
address themselves respectfully.
Thank you. Right. So I want to comment on the topic of
She a
intersectionality.
pretendian, Afro Elite. She don't
Okay,
believe that Black
okay,
Americans actually
oh,
came from
No.
transatlantic
okay.
slavery.
Hold on. That's not what we're discussing tonight, though. Let's let him. I don't know. I don't think I've been in a space with her before, but I'm gonna let her speak real quick.
All right, let her speak, but she a pretendian to the audience. So
Oh,
just get
okay.
that.
Thank you.
Anyway, wow. First of all, I don't even know half the people in this space. I see a couple of people that I know, but I definitely want to comment on the topic of intersectionality because I think one thing that happens when we talk about intersectionality in our community, first of all, we are the intersection. Anybody else who's not a part of our community,
You a
they
goddamn
come to
Black
us. Would
Indian.
you shut the fuck
Can we stop
up?
doing that? We're
God
not gonna be doing that.
damn.
Come on.
Afro Elite, I'm sorry.
Oh
I
my
ain't
Hey,
gonna
God.
hold
Afro
you,
Elite.
Okay,
sir,
Control
okay,
but I
yourself.
okay.
can't. I
Hey,
But
for the
can't.
record.
I
we've been
really
pretty
can't.
organized and respectful. So let's not cut each other off or whatever. If we want to say something, we can
It's
raise our
not us
hand.
cutting each
She a
other off.
goddamn
Yeah,
It's
I
one
know.
Indian.
person
Okay,
that can't control
Moriarty,
Moriegan, come
themselves.
on
show
now.
some respect.
Come on,
No, I can't for these niggas
No,
slavery
hey,
Moriegan.
hey,
I'm
but
the
theories.
host.
Moriarty,
I'm
she's
the
not
host in this space, and
disrespecting
I'm
you, man.
asking you to let
You're
other
right,
people speak.
Afro Elite. My bad, yo.
Okay.
Just for you specifically, my bad. We gonna let this bitch talk, but
Oh,
she's a
okay.
Hey,
Yo,
See,
goddamn
now
that's
bitch,
you
the
calm
call.
the
second
See,
time
fuck
okay,
you called her a
Moriegan, come
bitch.
on. Come
down.
And
on. Now
she
you
start
calling
coming
her a
at
bitch.
you, she
Now this.
wrong.
Stop. Come on.
You right, dog. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let her,
Is
whatever the
Biggie
fuck
Smalls
she is,
done?
land.
Can I talk now? Is Biggie Smalls done? Can I go? Can I
You
finish?
can go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, again, what I was trying to say is when we talk about intersectionality, that shit is only making us the fucking intersection because every other fucking group out here in America attaches themselves to our fucking generational trauma to get what they want. And I mean, literally imagine a goddamn intersection in a
Y'all
fucking,
know she
when you're
had a white
driving down the
husband.
street.
She got kids
Oh
together.
Yo,
my God,
More.
you're
you
married
lick
to a white
white
bitch right
women.
now. You're married to a
Okay.
white woman right now. What are we talking
Now
about?
I had to take you. I had to
People
take you
want
off as a
attention
speaker. Come
so
on now. You've
bad.
been.
Oh
Now I
my
asked you
God.
politely as the host to let other people speak. Nobody was doing that with you, and you acting like a troll. So come on. So if I let you back on, you can't be doing that. That people
Can you
can't
just
understand the
Afro
space.
look? Afro, I'm sorry. I just really wanted to comment on the topic. Look,
No, comment on the
I don't give a
topic.
fuck.
Comment on the
I
topic.
will, but please don't let that troll back up here while I'm talking because I just
Oh,
want to
I
get through
won't.
what the fuck I'm
I won't.
saying and I will
Yeah.
move down because this is your space, okay?
Yes, you
And
can. Yeah,
again,
go ahead. Go ahead.
thank you. So, again, damn, we are the fucking intersection of intersectionality. And again, when you are passing through an intersection, when you're driving in a fucking car, you go past it, right? You keep going. That's what every other group does, whether it's, and let me be clear, I'm a fucking veteran, I'm a woman, all of those, none of that shit matters when it comes to my identity as a descendant of American chattel slavery. But at the same time, please let me just say this, at the same fucking time, we cannot sit here and act as if there are not like bridges that we really need to build within our community when it comes to different sections of and subgroups within our community. And when we don't address that shit, that's when we leave those people open to these fucking vultures where everybody else wants to tether themselves to be like, oh, what, you're gay? So am I. Look, we going through the same shit. No, bitch, we're not. No, because my black skin is always gonna trump my sexuality, my religion, my anything else. But I just want to keep stressing that when we do not address the shit within our community, we leave those people vulnerable to other groups to try to sit there and finesse them as in like, no, we understand what you're going through. Nah, it's better if you come over here and rock with it. No, it's not. No, it's not. So I'm just saying over and over again, we got to make sure that our shit is tight together as a fucking tribe, as a community before, so that nobody else is going to come and scoop up people that feel disenfranchised, that feel like their voice is not being heard. That's all I wanted to say. And I'll go back down to this listeners. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You absolutely, with the intersection, we open up this loophole for other people. We open up a loophole for other people to come in. We open up a loophole, and then next thing you know, like I was saying to the other brother before, we're advocating for reparations for white LGBT. Like in the space before, even if you admitted the fact that, yeah, I know this doesn't apply to black LGBT, we're sitting up there saying, hey, there, the LGBT is getting reparations, and we have black LGBT people defending the reparations of white LGBT. See, that's the problem when it comes to dual allegiances. You feel like, oh, if the word gay is brought up, I have to go on the defense, even if it's not beneficial to me and my people. See, that's the issue with that. Now, the hard black truth, you can unmute yourself.
Afro, can I go after him?
Yeah, put your hand up so I don't forget. The hard black truth, you can go.
Word. Well, this is a very good topic of discussion. First of all, peace of the family, Afro Elite. I ain't gonna go into talking about the LGBTQ thing, even though that's been brought up. I'll just say intersectionality. All right. So the biggest issue that I see is the fact that they are actively, and I say they, the white supremacist society, they are actively using the intersectionality to go after our children, introduce them to the intersectionality, encourage them to partake in the intersectionality, tell them that it's okay to do the intersectionality, despite trying to grow families and stuff. And that's one of the things that black people right now, we need more than ever, right? We got it popping, but we need more of that. We need that cohesiveness. Okay. So in the face of all of that, they're trying to tell us that the intersectionality is another way and it's proper and it's what's best for us when we know what the hell is best for us. It don't mean that whoever take part in the intersectionality is bad or evil or doing anything necessarily wrong. It just means that holistically, it doesn't benefit black people. Yet they constantly tell us that the intersectionality needs to be introduced to our children. They are pushing it on us. And then when you get older and it's time to go after you and yours, i.e. reparations, They want to introduce you to bills that help the intersectionality. Now you're sitting here thinking about the intersectionality. You ain't thinking about what belonged to you. You ain't thinking about what's due to you. You're thinking about the intersectionality. And that's the friendliest way that I could put it. Okay. Do you and do it to the fullest. The idea that black people got a problem with your intersectionality is a farce. We are amongst the most loving people on this planet, hands down. Okay, we don't have a problem with your intersectionality. The problem that we have is that we know and we see and you see that it's actively used against us to undermine us when we need to be building. This is a time where we need to be building. And you're trying to tell us to no, have part of this intersectionality. That's BS. And that's the friendliest way I could put it.
Exactly. It's the intersectionality thing is really the dominant society trying to confuse people into believing that, okay, well, you're black, but you're some type of other, you're other than black. So when you separate yourself from other black people, you'll feel like, and I was having this issue, you'll feel like, okay, well, this police brutality, this isn't because of my race. This police brutality, this is because of my gender. This police brutality, this is because of my sexual orientation. What I'm glad is when Breonna Taylor let me rephrase that. What I'm glad about black people who stood up for Breonna Taylor is they did most black people didn't try to pivot to, oh my God, see how black women are treated. Most black people was all like, hey, she's black, we're black, and that's all that matters. We didn't turn George Floyd into, this is how black men are treated in comparison to other people. We didn't turn Breonna Taylor to, oh, this is how black women are treated in comparison, because we saw past, okay, hey, a black woman was killed. Before the story goes cold, we got a black man being strangled on camera. Then we got another black person being killed. We understand in 2020, and I think it woke a lot of black people up, that we understand that, hey, we had a diverse amount of black people who got murdered that year, unfortunately. But that kind of woke a lot of black people up to, hey, this ain't about my intersectionality. This isn't about my beliefs. This isn't about what I do in the bedroom. This is about me being black. So we have to really continue to push that narrative and to push that momentum, because confusion can be a really bad thing too. Because then that will lead to people being all like, hey, well, white supremacy is the problem, but you just as much the problem as white supremacists are to me too. You know what I'm saying? And then next thing you know, you got the black LGBT fighting against the black straight people. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem, because you don't see, like I said, with the Asian community, when they was talking about stop Asian hate, ain't none of them pivoted the conversation to, okay, well, let's address the homophobia in the Asian community, which there is a lot of that. Let's address the sexism in the Asian community, which there is a lot of that. Nobody pivoted the conversation. We all like, hey, when we get this Asian bill, when we get our reparations, we can talk about all that shit later, but we gonna talk about this now. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we need to be on. Moriegan, you can go, and then I think Cosmic, and then the Black Pragmist.
Thank you, Afro Elite. I sent you some DMs because, for me personally, I'm at war with the motherfucking pretendians. I don't like them niggas, so I'm always, you know, I'm on focus with them, right? I don't really have anything to say about this gay shit. It is what it is. I forgot that nigga's name, but he came up here. He said what he had to say. He said his plight. It is what it is. You guys can take from that what you can take from that. But, in terms of these goddamn pretendians, it's a motherfucking thing, right? People want to be neutral within this pretendianism. I'm never going to be neutral, right? For that bitch Cherie, she was up here talking shit
Oh, I'm
because
sorry.
Okay, hold on, hold on,
don't
hold
She
on.
not no
country,
bitch, and she
don't
looking white
country,
Okay,
coochie.
no.
look. Here's
Y'all
what.
niggas
First
don't
Seriously,
off,
know
man,
her.
you
I
looking
know
white
her.
coochies and
And
you
she's
talking
over
shit about
here.
other
okay, hold
people.
on, hold on. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Okay. This subject, and that's the thing, we as black people, we need to stay focused on a specific subject. We can deviate if it's important and then get right back to it. I guess there's a personal issue going on with you and her. I don't even know exactly what you, when you're saying black pretend, I'm not even sure exactly what that is or what your issue is. But you got on here, and this is the reason why I took you off. You got on here, and you wouldn't let her speak, and I asked you to multiple times to let her speak, and then you would not let her finish her thought, and that brings a lot of confusion and vitriol um to black people. I mean, not to the space. It brings a lot of confusion on the space. Um, So yeah, I guess you haven't. We can talk about that later. If you feel like she's an agent or something like that, that can be discussed later. But that's not. This is not really what we're here to do. And that kind of threw the tempo off. Then everybody's talking about different things, and you was calling her a bitch. Now you called her a bitch, then she was calling you this, and then y'all going back and forth, and we getting off the subject. And we got other people who wanted to speak on the subject. So that's why I'm on like, come on, let's stay focused. If we have an issue, we can handle this issue out the space.
For me, Afro Elite, that goes into intersectionality, but I'm gonna let everybody have it. The hardback tooth, you a goddamn pretendian, suck my dick, right? And for any
Cosmic, you can unmute yourself.
Um,
anybody that's over here promoting this pretendianism, if you neutral, you a goddamn pretendian
Thank you,
sympathizer.
thank you,
I'm
thank
on
you,
your
thank you,
ass.
Morier, and thank you very much,
Take your
Cosmic.
place for that.
Come on.
um, I'm not gonna speak for long, but because I kind of forgot a little bit where I was gonna go with everything, but I did want to mention how he was. I do think that he was bringing up grievances, like Eric. And this goes into the point. When he saw that intersectionality, and it reminded me of that whole thing when people in spaces are discussing immigration in general, and like some people from the diaspora centered themselves in it. I felt like that was happening. And when I hear intersectionality, I think of integration, and I feel like that goes into it. Like, okay, no, we're all like, oh, like just the same thing in the feminist movement. We're all women. I'm a white woman, you're a black woman, so let's align on that instead of it being about a race thing. And I feel like that's a distraction. It's a way to just conform our minds to what they want us to focus on, so we never really achieve our goals and get where we need to be. But that's all I see right now.
Okay, all right then. This is interesting. Interesting that you requested. I think this will be an interesting thing. Very entertaining. The black hard truth, or the black pragmatist. I'm sorry, black pragmatist. You had your hand up. You can speak.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? B1. I think the problem with intersectionality is that it's not if there's no emphasis of putting race first, and having a code of conduct within the black society. It's always having a dual allegiance. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can
Oh,
hear you.
okay. So it's just like, it's kind of like having a dual allegiance kind of thing. And it's just like, as black people, we don't put, our group self-interest first. We don't try to do what we need to do to make sure we're good before we try to look out for other groups. And, it's like being a noble Negro and stuff like that. And it's always with saying like, I'm not just black, but I'm also this. I'm not just black, but I'm also a woman. So I'm at the intersect of racism and sexism. But it's kind of like a lot of Nelly Fuller would say, like, confusion, when you add confusion, put it in black society, we don't move, we don't have any progression, but we kind of remain stagnant because we're trying to figure out what's going on and how how can we get some understanding of where we at right now. But I think that's the problem with intersectionality. I think it's just a new form of like you just want to be integrated and seeking interracial sexual access. But yeah, that's just me.
Mm, mm. Good point. Good point you brought up. Upside down face. You can speak. You gotta mute yourself.
Hey, so I'm back, and I just wanted to say that while everyone is saying that intersectionality is useless, from my perspective, as far as being someone who's, you know, a African American or a descendant of chattel slavery, as someone who understands these disparities, as someone who identifies as being Black first and foremost, I am always in these, like, it was previously mentioned, I'm always in these spaces where it's with predominantly white or non-Black women of color. Or I'm always in spaces where, LGBTQ is as well. I understand that the most vulnerable of the feminist movement and the LGBTQ movement are Black people. So speaking from someone who is involved in intersectionality, I can always use my Blackness and my knowledge on Black history and its oppression to speak out against it and speak out against these disparities. As far as what is being said, I've heard different opinions about how the support of intersectionality is not useful for Black reparations. But at the same time, I realize that there are people who carry on different religious beliefs, different ethnic backgrounds, who are different genders, who may be, LGBTQ even. And in order for there to be that reparations is for unification. So I do think that it's halfway there in my perspective of being aware of that sense of unity, but at the same time I feel like it's dismissing the opportunities where we can speak out in these areas, and bring awareness, because there are people and feminist movements or LGBTQ who are allies who speak out. So I think that we should be using all of the resources available to us, by building up allyships and, bringing in more people who are for, like you said, the reparations and the, uplifting of Black communities, specifically African Americans.
Um, and that's kind of what I'm trying to accomplish with this space. I'm not trying to say you didn't say that, but that's the thing, because we're Black at the end of the day. That should be our number one most important thing, because we're under a system of white supremacy. They could give that, like I said, if somebody has arachnophobia, they're not gonna care if this spider has makes big webs or small webs. They're not gonna care if the spider has black legs, or the spider has, this they see a spider, they hate the spider. They hate anything that has to do with spiders. You know what I'm saying? So we should, I'm not saying we should see ourselves as spiders, but in that analogy, we should see each other like, hey, you know, you Black, you're gay, we have a common problem. And the reason why I say the thing about intersectionality is because we allow white liberals to um, influence us to divert the topic away from what the topic is really about. Like I said, with Black Lives Matter, it became less about, oh, okay, we're going after the police. Now you don't really hear Black Lives Matter addressing the police like that. You really don't hear them addressing the police like that. Now Black Lives Matter is trying to, okay, well, we're Black Lives Matter, and let's address trans representation, and we got to address the LGBT representation, and we got, and you see, when you have another agenda, that agenda takes precedent over the Black agenda. You know what I'm saying? And that's why we have to address. Oh, you can be intersectional in whatever way you choose to be, um, but the agenda comes before that. And too many black people. The problem with intersectionality is that too many black people put their intersectionality before they say they. Oh well, I can't change the fact that I'm black in this, I'm black in that. Okay, nobody's asking you to change that. But the thing is that we're telling you need to stop putting that before the black agenda. We were just talking about reparations, and now we have people talking about, okay, well, how does this affect the gay black people? Gay black people got this and that. So now it's, okay, we're more oppressed, so you're my enemy type of thing.
I just see it as black is black. I don't care if someone is LGBTQ. I don't care if it's gender based. I just know that it's not for equality, it's for equity at the end of the day. And I think that we oftentimes say it's for equality, but we were never put in a fair basis of being on fair grounds. We were always at a disadvantage. So it's reasonable to say that we need equity for these marginalized groups, as specifically Black people. And I'm always going to be doing my job at the end of the day. I don't give a rat's ass if someone doesn't like or approve of the fact that I'm bisexual, or, appreciates or acknowledges the roles of women in Black communities. But I'm also going to definitely, and I still do, check white women, check non-Black women who feel like womanhood is based solely on just womanhood, and bringing people in who are also women and disregarding us when things are, solved for them. When I know my history, I know the Daughters of Confederacy, I know Planned Parenthood and how all of these affected, and eugenics and racism. I know how LGBTQ have also been oppressed, but it doesn't mean that I'm not going to do my part and check people who are racist, who are oppressive in those communities.
Okay. And see, that's all I ask. You can be black gay, black trans, black straight, as long as you on code. That's all I ask. Let me address this real quick. Midnight Rocker. What do you have to say, sir?
First off, I want to say thank you for not censoring and booting me out of here because of my race. I thank you all for listening. Thank you very much, Afro Elite. That's very nice of you. I do not like being censored, and I was censored in another space that I was what did they say? I was the only white guy. Minority, but I like her conversation that's going on. But I want to say one thing. And I got a story behind this. I am white privileged, and I didn't notice it until this happened to me. I had a meltdown at my job, and I hit the I hit the little call button for the cops to come, and I had a toy gun on me, and my manager was there, and they were all sitting there talking to the cops, and somebody told the cops it was a toy gun. They came in the back room. My manager was kind of blocking my way, which I put him at harm's stake. And he wasn't a white guy either. He was a Spanish guy. And if I would have been a black man, I believe I would have been shot dead. So that's where I'm telling you, I'm a white privileged person, and that's a true fact. I wasn't with BLM, Black Lives Matter, but that point right there in my eyes, and this is before Black Lives Matter. This is like 2016 this happened, and I don't think Black Lives Matter was really formed yet as a group, or as a, I don't know, I don't mean to say group, but Black Lives Matter. It wasn't formed yet, and over the years, Black Lives Matter. I thought about that, and I'm white privileged, and I'll admit it. I mean, if I would have been a black man, my ass would have been shot. And I'm telling you, God honest truth, thank you for allowing me to get up here and say that. Thank you for not booting me out of your space. You have a wonderful space going on here. I bleed red. That's what I bleed. So
Midnight,
that's the
what are you gonna
same
do
that.
about your white privilege?
No,
What are you gonna
all
do
right.
about it?
I don't
Just
know
curious. I mean, you acknowledge the problem. What are you gonna do about it? Curious to know.
what do I do about it. Oh shit. Okay, I'm trying to think about that question because I got some edibles in me and some beer in me. So I'm not. I try to be a better person every day, and I see. Oh shit, that's a hard question for a guy like me. I mean, being white privileged, I've had that's a white privilege right there, and I don't know how to switch that. I mean, I would like to. I wish because I feel in some ways I feel we're not equal. You know what I mean? And I want to be equal with society. This is right here. Afro Elite let me in here as an equal. I'm an equal. I'm not fucking booted out because I was in here with a white face. He allowed me in this space, and I hate being censored. And I'm not a
Do you
as
support
far
reparations?
as far as this shit that's going on in this country with the
Okay,
media.
I can answer what you can do. If you want to help, I can give you something you can do.
Tell me,
First,
tell me.
number one thing, you can be an advocate for exclusively black people getting reparations because we have most white people, when you talk about reparations, they talk about, oh, it happened a long time ago. Oh, if we get it, let's give it to the Mongoloid Native Americans. Oh, okay, well, why should my tax dollars have to go to reparations? So most white people are actual naysayers when it comes to reparations. So you need to be pretty much the white outcast about being reparations. Number two, and I say this to all non-black people, you want to help, you can help tangibly by supporting black businesses.
Gotcha, gotcha. Black businesses. I do that. I would do that. I like that. I
Okay.
gotta find out. Where do I find out? I'm in Illinois, and you know what? I tell you what. For all of us in here, none of us should pay $6 for gas or $4 for gas. You know,
Yeah, we
fucking.
all agree on that. But the black businesses, you can just Google, black businesses near me, and if there aren't any near you, you can go online. There's a lot of black businesses online, and you can buy products online. You know what I'm saying? So now ain't nobody got an excuse, really. You know
Oh,
what
I'm
I'm saying? So if you show me where your dollars go to, you can show me. You really want to, you really want to help, then you got to show me where your money is going to. And now show me if you're really serious about helping. Because everybody
gotcha,
can say, "Oh yeah, I believe in equality," but they don't put forth the action. So when you advocate, you shopping, spending money with black-owned businesses, and you advocating for reparations, then I can be like, "Yeah, I take you serious." You know what I'm saying?
gotcha. All right. I gotta find out. Well, there's a lot of black businesses. I'm sure there's a lot of black businesses down by Chicago where I live. So I'm
I
not
do
far.
too. Now, trust me, I was gonna do that this weekend. Go to a bunch of black businesses in Chicago. So
Are
yeah,
you
there's
out?
a lot of them.
Are you out here by me?
Yeah,
I'm out. I'm out in the West Burbs.
but
Well,
I'm not gonna specify exactly where, but yeah, I'm not far from you.
that's cool. That's cool. I'll have to get online and take a look at how many black businesses are down there in Chicago and all that, and go hit that.
Yep.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not
Um.
computer literate. You might think I'm lying and whatnot, but I thank you very much for allowing me up and allowing me to speak and not booting me out. And I
Okay. Okay.
I, I appreciate that. I'm gonna
Uh.
drop
You're
down.
welcome. You're
Hey,
welcome.
upside down
Thun-
face.
Thunder
Upside.
Thank.
housing. Thunder housing. You can. You had your hand up. You can. Speak.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I wanted to speak to the intersectionality piece when it around the Black Lives Matter. Ferguson, the Ferguson uprisings is where I started a lot of my community involvement, and Black Lives Matter came here, tried to take over our movement, and they tried to push like you said, their agenda will eventually show up. And so in that situation, rest in peace to brother Darren Seals, he got into it with a gay brother, and who he knew was trying to push that agenda. And one reason why the activists and revolutionaries here in St. Louis was not having it was because we knew that people would try to use Black Lives Matter as a vehicle to push intersectionality instead of owning and zoning in on the issue at hand, and that's the attack on Black people. And at that time, the murder of Mike Brown, police brutality against Black men in America. And Darren Seals, and the narrative was starting to be misconstrued, make it seem like he was homophobic when he got LGBT people in his family. So, like, it took activists to bring out the truth about that around that whole situation. That no, he not homophobic, but y'all not gonna come in here and try to infiltrate our movement either. And I land my plane.
Mm. That's a good point. That's a good point. Um, Hold on. Before B Man speaks, Mr. Wolf, you've been requested for a while now. Was there something you would like to say?
Yeah, no, I didn't want to interject and cause a big stir, but I'm actually really curious as to what is the exact end goal of a movement like this? Because I feel like having this type of situation not be fundamental causes direct issues on society and type of class and destruction that you're causing by saying, well, you should only spend your money at Black-owned businesses. I mean, shouldn't you just buy the products that you wish to have and support the community as a whole? I mean, I understand that you're directing your interest and your money towards the Black community, but I mean, wouldn't you want to make this a more fundamental issue, a more human issue?
Mm. So you don't support Black-owned businesses?
No, I absolutely do. I support anyone who has a creative pursuit or a business in general.
Is there something? So why do you have a problem with Black-owned businesses
I
then?
do not.
No, we don't do that.
Hold on. Hold on. Why do you have? Before I let other people, why do you have a problem with Black-owned businesses then?
No, I'm saying the type of structure that you're building. So I feel like it's kind of directly harmful. So instead of
To who? To who? It's harmful to who? It's harmful to who?
I'm saying that the fact that it's not fundamental, that it's not a human problem. So another question that I had is that,
Sir, okay, listen.
This
Before
is a
you go,
this
I've had.
is a
Hold on.
space
Hold
for
on.
Black people to build. If you're not with us and supporting us, leave now.
Here's. Let me address this real
sure,
quick.
I am no
I've had a.
opposition.
I've had. Hold. Hey, look. Okay. Here. Ain't nobody gonna talk over me. I'm the host. So when I ask a question, and I'm doing this as a teaching moment, because I'm gonna record. This is being recorded. So I'm gonna take this little segment out real quick, and I'm gonna retitle this little part right here. Trust me, he's not gonna be on for that much longer because I already know what he's on. But let me ask you a question. You said that you feel like it's unhelpful. You feel like it's damaging. Supporting Black businesses is damaging to who? Now, I'm the host. Answer that. Who is it damaging to? Please do not deflect the question.
I feel like you're making a very hyperbolic
No, you said it's
assumption of what I
damaging.
said.
It's recorded. You said it's damaging. Who is it damaging to?
I think the fact that you're creating a class, a hierarchy, so you're placing yourself at the top of the hierarchy instead of making it a lateral problem. Does that make sense?
No.
So an even issue. So instead of saying that one set of people is better than the other, you should say, okay, we have problems. Let's address it. Let's fix the problems. Does that make sense?
I'm addressing the problems and I'm fixing
Mhm.
the problems. And you have a problem with Black people fixing their problems.
No, that is a hyperbolic of anything that I
That's
just
what
said.
you just said. You have a problem
No,
with Black people addressing Black-owned businesses.
no, that is exaggerated of what I said. I have not strictly stated that at all.
Okay, so what is the problem? Because you came in with a problem.
No, I have no problem. I was just saying that I think making it a more even issue across the board would be of interest to humanity. Does that make sense?
No,
No,
because
because no,
So,
no, no, it wouldn't
like,
make sense because the problem isn't even. But thank you for your opinion. Okay, and the reason why I let him speak, because I viewed his profile before, and the reason why I let him speak as a teaching moment, okay, because you'll have, just like the white person came up like, oh my God, I don't know how to help, how to help, because most white people act like Mr. Wolf. Most white people, well, I don't have a problem with black owned business, but they'll say everything against what we're doing. They're the people who are the naysayers about black owned businesses and reparations and things like that. See, the problem for the white people who honestly do, as very few of them as there are, barely any to be honest. Um for the white people who want to help, your problem is getting rid of the white people who go against that, okay? See, that's the thing. White people who claim, yeah, I agree with black people and I really want to help you all. Y'all don't say anything when the Mr. Wolves come up and when they say what they have to say. Y'all are quiet. But y'all come to black people like, hey, Afro, you know what? I really agree with what you said, man. But then when a white person comes up, y'all all get on code. And we're not gonna divert the attention of what we're talking about. This ain't got nothing to do. You talking about black owned businesses. That triggered this man. So we're not talking about that. He was like, oh, what black owned businesses? Why should I support black owned businesses? Oh wow, okay, all right. And I wasn't even talking to you. But see, he doesn't like that, and white people do not like that. Now, if we were talking about representation in the TV, if we were talking about things that weren't constructive to black people, white people don't have a problem with that. White people have a problem when we talk about doing something that's going to bring tangible benefits to black people. When we talk about helping each other out economically, then they have a problem with, hey, shouldn't this be even across the board? Hold on now, wait, I got a problem with this. If I was talking about, hey, we need more black rappers here, we need more black TV representation, and when we talk about black people not being accepted in the Grammys or the Emmys and not getting awards and stuff like that, you don't see white people throwing a fit about that because they don't care. They know the Emmys don't. It doesn't matter if a black person gets an Emmy. It doesn't matter if a black person gets the Oscars. They don't care about that, and they like it when we have an issue with that because they know that's not going to change our state as a people collectively. The second we say, hey, you know what? We should start collectively going out of our way to support black businesses and to build up our economy. They come in, oh, wait, hey, sir, wait a minute, that's divisive. I think that's a little bit of a reverse racism, if you ask me personally. I don't have a problem with black businesses, but I'm just saying, why should you go out of your way to support them? That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay. Now, this person will tell you he doesn't see race. I bet you if he comes back on, well, I won't let him, but if he did come back on, he would be all like, you know what? I just don't see color. I just don't see why you should. I think it's racist to support black businesses. And the quote unquote white allies, they're not going to say anything about Mr. Wolf. They're not going to call Mr. Wolf out. That's why I say we don't really have white allies. We really don't. And we don't need them.
That's right, Afro Elite. Not to cut you off, but another thing people have to, we need to be careful for is the other guy. He started to make it about him and make us try to be sympathizing with his ass, like giving him white tears because he didn't
Mm-hmm.
understand what the hell was going on. This is not about you. This is about
Did you
us.
notice? Thank
Period.
you. Did you notice how when I said, okay, this is what you can, because all these white liberals, they will go around, they will like, you know what? I'll put on a Black Lives Matter T-shirt. I'll put Black Lives Matter in my a hashtag in my Twitter bio. I'm helping and I'm supporting the black community. When I said, okay, well, you need to go support the black community in dollar bills. You need to go support black businesses. Oh well, damn, I'm just not good with technology. I don't know how I would find one. I'm in Chicago too. There's a lot of them around here. Oh well, I'm just not technically inclined. It's gonna be so hard for me to find a black-owned business. Now the dude is on the Twitter app in a Twitter space talking about he's not technically inclined enough to Google black-owned businesses. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say they don't really want to help. He came up here and he was talking about, I just want to be an ally and I just want to help you guys, and because I'm white, oh poor white me, because I'm white people want to censor me, and they don't want me to help. And how can I help you guys support black-owned businesses? You know what? I ain't never really seen one of those. I don't really know where would I go find that? I guess I could try to look for one. You know what I'm saying? Where? I just don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that one. So, it's a teaching moment. B man, you can speak.
No, I think you just covered it. I was going to say to Upside Down Face, that's an issue that we have with allies, is not the ability to punish them. So even though that you may think somebody might be with you and or rocking with you, if we don't have a way to punish them, they really can't be our allies. And Dr. John Henrik Clarke said we have no friends. So even at the same time, if somebody is given their spill and their story about this, we still understand where we're at and where we need to go. And quite honestly, just like Afro Elite said, we don't need allies. We don't need any help. It's really up to us to get this thing done and keep this thing pushing.
Yeah.
And that's why we
Exactly.
need to stop being in these spaces calling each other bitches and all that kind of being disrespectful to one another. We need to stop doing that stupid ass foolishness and grow the fuck up and stay on fucking code.
Exactly. I don't allow that. Okay. I don't care what you have. I don't know what her problem is. I don't even know what like a pretendian is. I don't even know what she was talking about. I didn't know what her problem is with that other sister. But when I, as the host, politely asked you to stop interrupting and you called somebody a bitch after I, as the host, allowing you to speak for hours, asked you to be quiet and ask you to allow the other person just to speak on a topic that has nothing to do with what you're trying to address, and you disrespect me and the other speaker, you need to get off, because we need order. Okay, we got people, oh whoa, that's that bitch that was saying this in that other space. This ain't about another space. I don't want people coming in with an energy or vitriol from another damn space, and they sitting up there going at each other because, oh, I'm glad I got to catch you, and this is something I've been meaning to say to you for the longest time. This is not what that's about. Okay, that was very unproductive. That's very unproductive. Upside Down Face, you requested to speak again. Was there something you'd like to say?
Yeah, so I do understand that there are some people who are white and use their time to be victims or to try to redirect by being like smart Alex. But like I said, it's equity, not equality, and they will milk that shit dry, that whole equality shit, when it never was that we were on the same playing field as them. We were always at a disadvantage, 400 years to be exact. So I always will push equity over equality, period.
Exactly. Now, when the coronavirus came out and the Asians was going through their stigma, and everybody's all like, hey, we got to support the Asian community and we got to support them and do this for them. Ain't no white people at all had a problem with that whatsoever. It's only when black people like, okay, let's support each other. Then it's all like, hey, whoa, hold on now. Don't you think that's a little racist? Why can't you help everybody? It only becomes a whole conversation about quoting helping everybody when black people are talking about helping each other. When they talking about helping anybody else, ain't no problem with that. You got wars going on in Europe right now, and America is going up on their prices to help other countries out, and you send up there and I'm not saying all of them, but ain't nobody talking about, oh, we got to help them out, because they don't have a problem with nobody helping anybody else out except when we have to help out each other. Okay. And all this, I want to be an ally. I just really don't know how. I understand my white privilege. I understand it now. Okay, well, that's great. We'll support a black business then. Ooh, yeah, damn. Because talk is cheap, family, brothers and sisters. Talk is cheap. And that's what a lot of them will do. They be all like, you know what? If I was black, I feel like I would have been more discriminated against. So therefore, I am a good guy now. Oh, yeah, yeah. We know that. You ain't telling us shit we don't know. We've been telling y'all that. We know that. Okay. Thanks for, I guess, telling the truth. See, we give white people too much credit for the most simple shit. We give white people credit for telling the truth. Oh my God, he recognized his white privilege. They made it. What you talking about? We gonna give them credit for recognizing shit they made? The hell? I said support black businesses. He started scratching his head like I told him to do the Pythagorean theorem or something like that. I said support a black business, not find the fountain of youth. He talking about, oh, I don't know where I would find that now. Okay, all right, Mr. White Privilege Recognizer. Okay.
Or at least donate to these halfway homes, or these facilities where marginalized people are. I mean, as far as black men goes, my parents, or my mom is a psychologist. She works in these halfway homes. She sees how, you know, oppression happens in different aspects. So I don't see, again, like, I want to be able to push out the support for the marginalized groups, the poorer people in black communities, not the people who are running businesses who already got the money.
Exactly. Now, I've been on this space since about 7 o'clock. It's about to be 12 o'clock my time, so I'm about to wrap this up. Plus, I got stuff I gotta do. Still, I still got things. If you guys have not followed me, you guys can do that. Because I'm gonna plan on making more spaces coming up soon. Also, you can check me out on my YouTube channel at Afro Elite on YouTube. The link is in the bio too. Would anybody like to say anything before I close the space? Anybody give any final words?
Yeah, one last thing. I was just reminded what happened in Minneapolis when this semi truck driver drove through this crowd, and you got these black dudes that literally did like some superhuman stuff. They went and ran beside the semi, hopped onto the semi, dragged the dude out of it, and then you had this white dude standing next to him, begging him not to beat the brakes off that dude. And he's like, hey, we're here for a better cause. And I was looking like, what in the hell is this? That I won't ever forget that moment. And the guy short stopped him, and it was like, even though that he just was about to barrel through a whole crowd of people that was marching, I guess they had to give Buddy up for a better cause. I never even heard of what happened to the dude after that, after driving through it. But man, that's a wild thing, having that allyship.
Exactly. We gotta come on now with that, because they come in and then they try to be the supervisors as to how we do things. They only coming in to they come in and they expect, okay, well, I still have my white authority. Even if I'm partnered with you Negroes, I will use my white authority. So I'm going to be the supervisor of the black movement. You know what I'm saying? So they white allyship, it comes with a damn price. And then they'll make you advocate for things that doesn't have anything to do with you. We teaming up with you niggas, so you niggas better donate to Ukraine. All right, okay. Nah, we good. We good. We straight. All right. Like I said before, you guys can follow me on this too. This space has been recorded, so if you guys want to catch this from the beginning, you guys can do so as well. I will work on putting this on my YouTube channel on Afro Elite on YouTube, so you guys can check that out too. Thank you very much to all of the speakers who came in respectfully, giving their comments. Thank you all of you guys who did that. Thank you everybody who's listened. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate every single last one of you guys. And conversations like this are conversations that we need to have, because we need to create a unity, a code of conduct amongst each other. So with that code of conduct, that will bring, once we get the code of conduct together, all these little smaller issues where we kind of bicker between each other on a smaller, more individual level, that will start to go down. Once we get the to be more unified, to be more on code, all of the little, I don't like you because you this, I don't like all that little bullshit, that's gonna start to go away. That's gonna fade away. You know? So that's why conversations like this is important. And like I said, one more time, thank you everybody for coming in. You can follow me on my YouTube channel. I'm there more frequently um, than I am on my Twitter space, but you can follow me too on Twitter and be looking forward to more Twitter spaces. Okay. Until then, be one to the family, and thank you guys, and have a good night.